Everybody. For those of you who are new to the channel, you may be wondering what took so long. I do give myself sort of an hour window to get started on the broadcast. I wish I was a little more consistent in terms of getting things started, but it does give me time to just sort myself out, particularly, hey Olaf, good to see you. Particularly because if I have a busy day at work, it's nice to just be able to catch up on some things. So I pretty much just finished dinner. I had a little bit of work to do, and there's a bunch of stuff that I need to do at the end of the stream. But we are going to focus on the game. Thank you, all of you. I'm noticing there's a few of you that basically jump in right away. I'm delighted by this. But yeah, I have quite a bit to catch up with. So this would be everything from, God, I'm just trying to think of it. So I know I've got some YouTube comments that I need to catch up on. There are my side projects. I've pretty much haven't touched any of those in the last week, so I do want to do those. And then of course, the usual care and feeding of a system jock. But our focus now is going to be Book of Hours. There was a post that came out. I think there was what was it? Forerunner. So the patch note for Book of Hours here says 28 8F3 Forerunner. That makes it 5 major patches and good crikey 12 minor patches since launch of August 17th. And we're going to slow down a bit now, although by slow down a bit, I mean take a couple of days off and not work this weekend. Expect more quality of life updates soon. Forerunner. 29th August is traditionally celebrated as the day of the decollation of the Forerunner, which is to say the day that Herod had John the Baptist shortened. I hadn't run across decollation before. The etymology suggests cutting the neck rather than the head. You know the story about Loki losing the bet with the dwarf Brock, where his stake is his head. And he says, "Okay, my head is yours, but you better not touch my neck." So Brock sews Loki's lips shut, although at least in the Crossley Holland version, he has to use his brother's awl because Loki's lips are needle-proof. I can't imagine there's any relationship at all between John the Baptist and Loki. I just always liked this story. Lots of fab swag. So that's, I think, just fun. But there was another update. I can't remember if it was Twitter or there was there's definitely another post that came out, which I think said that Weather Factory were going to be actually properly doing a little bit of a vacation, and there was going to be an attempt to avoid and fail to avoid talking about expansions and all of that. But I'm rather hoping to have some time to just take my time with the game. I have yet to play this game on my own. Everything I've done has been part of everything I've done so far has been part of a stream. So it wouldn't be bad to just spend some time on my own on this. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. So I'm pretty sure we've seen... Playing on Steam Deck, we're not verified yet, but switching from window to full screen will help. On the way, mouse over to show unlock requirements on rooms. Alright, so G2 made the beach sequence a little easier. Okay, I'm pretty sure I have read these. I'm fascinated, so presumably this means that we run into Franklin Bancroft at some point. And it is actually rather funny that he has not... that's rather funny if he was in here and he didn't speak Latin. Also, sorry, Silvadelli, I saw your message. I don't know if I said hi, though. Another thing is, I know a few people were wanting me to look at stuff that they've done or spreadsheets and things like that. I do still need to catch up on that. Some of the stuff I need to look at after I'm done my playthrough. Other stuff I need to look at on my own time. But suffice to say, especially streaming until 4 in the morning on Monday, I need time for things that are not Book of Hours. So, if memory serves, I had locked in, or I thought I'd locked in certain actions. Seems like we're actually at the end of the day, so I guess I need to just wait to see what's actually, you know what? I'm going to take a second here and see. It should be the exact same save. Okay. So, and sorry again, I'm trying to keep my plans in mind. So I kind of wanted to talk a bit about my overall plans for the playthrough. So obviously we've got some learning to do. Tradisma Hera. And we are going to have, like, that's going to be one that takes a lot of work. Hill and Hollow won't be as difficult. That's one to... I thought it was a little higher than that, but... Okay, we can bring it up to 4. Okay. Sorry, like I said, I need a minute to think this stuff through. So, I know Numa's in the rearview mirror, but I did get caught unawares the last time. So I think a good habit for me to get into would be to for me to try and learn the highest level lessons first. I actually forgot that I had lessons because I was thinking of going in a different direction with this. So, one thing that I'm a little curious about, it could be that I've run into one of these and I just haven't recognized it, but a little bit like, so one of the things I like about the way that unlocking different parts of the house work, there's sort of little gates in terms of figuring out whether or not you understand, certain mechanics. So I think it was this room you needed to put an ink in, and it wasn't even a particularly difficult ink to obtain. It was really just a question of, do you understand how crafting works well enough to be able to make an ink? Like, and the game's sort of full of this, right? So at the very start, you start at St. Brendan's Cove, and essentially you need to figure out, hey, are you capable of, like, identifying a card by its aspect to put it into the right area and be able to use that to make progress? This is the tutorial that everybody keeps claiming isn't there. And then in the case of the Keeper's Lodge, and this one wound up being kind of funny because people didn't realize how close they could zoom in. So I certainly don't blame it. Even at this level of zoom, right, the mouse isn't gonna highlight the key. But even if you're at a point where the key can get highlighted, like just if you close the descriptions, let's say you'd maybe have, you wouldn't have an open bit. So, this is maybe your best bet in terms of just not having stuff get in the way. But even then, this is one object out of many. And so that can be a lesson to say, okay, can you click on the items to find out what you need? Do you know how to explore rooms? There's lots of different ways to just sort of read how that, I don't know, how the game's trying to tell you certain information. And there's lots of ways. I mean, if anything, this playthrough has sort of talked about how, or shown sort of how you can, how far you can get using a very familiar set of tools. So, just in terms of hiring people and augmenting them with different, drinks and memories and so on and so forth. This is what we've been able to accomplish. So again, it becomes interesting to me that when it says, okay, well, inks are going to become important at some point. We've had you write using an ink, but we haven't made you make one yet. So can you make an ink and get into this area here? Likewise, I believe it was this stairway or possibly this room. That one, the question was, all right, you've been pretty good at making memories so far, but do you know how to make these higher level memories? And you can't use a weather. So for instance, this to me is usually asking, can you craft a memory of sufficient power, right? That's kind of another crafting test. So this is the one that is kind of interesting to me because this is the first time that I've run into something which, as far as I can tell, I have not yet encountered. Something that is so, but only for now. Circumstances disappear in the season of Numa. Off the top of my head, I kind of get the feeling that maybe this has something to do with omens. But we'll see. That's just kind of running through the back of my head. And in the case, we've got the submerged sea cave, so we may get some indications in terms of what's going on with this. The seas claim these caves. The tide thunders below. I'll need to find some way to lower the water level before I can enter. Unlock and refurbish rooms with assistance from villagers and outsiders. Use your elements of the soul to enhance their abilities and reach more challenging rooms. So that doesn't give us any information. I don't really feel that this gave me anything. Again, circumstance, something that is so, but only for now. Disappear in the season of Numa. That means that when I find one, I'll have it for a while. And then the aspects I'm not as worried about because I sort of feel like if I can figure out how to make one circumstance, I can apply that to other cases. So this is one where I want to take some time and just sort of, I'm not going to sit down and fully work it out from first principles, but this is one of the things where I'm like, if I feel like something might be on the path to figuring out what's going on with circumstances, I kind of want to follow through on it. And one great way of testing would be, it's like, okay, Brandkrug Boathouse. The boat is gone, the sea remains. That is, of course, the way it usually works. Discard objects here or release beasts. So effort and thing. I guess I can't apply an effort here, but there is a side of me that wonders if the fact that, so in terms of throwing things away, I've already got the sea's edge, and I also have the fire. Although I guess in this case here it says a beast or a thing, whereas at the boathouse, now that's interesting. So it'll only accept things, not beasts. So that might be something I want to send an email about. But essentially, the question that I sort of have about this in the back of my head is that this doesn't seem to have given me anything that I didn't already have here. And yes, not every room needs to serve a purpose. And yet, I'm not entirely convinced that this is just sort of, oh, we couldn't really figure out what to do with this room, so we put an empty one in, right? I think there might be something for me to, to consider in terms of the specific placement of this area, either as an intermediate step. In fact, possibly, I believe it is the only path to get to these lower levels. But again, one of the things that I want to sort of mess around with on my, on my own time to get an idea of what my my options are. Another example of this too would be, I'm going to use the the church because hey, I like the sun in Splendor. Now we know about evolving skills and so on and so forth. That's not something I really want to follow through on. But there are hello Jabba. There's the the traditional soul skill and memory. Here again we've got omens. We also have marks. Now right now I've been treating every single one of these things like traditional crafting stations, right? So a workbench is basically just an altar with a slightly different set of requirements. I'm willing to guess that there may be a bit more to that. There was a reference somewhere to it was an altar of the Sisterhood of the Knot. Let me just yeah, so Altar of the Triple Knot and Tradisma Herrera. So this sort of makes me think, all right, well, maybe I should be paying attention and doing something about this. So presumably, I guess it would be a moon thing that I try to do. Of course, it could also just be referring to the ability to improve elements of the soul using kind of down the Bosk path. So again, I don't want to read too far into these things. The other big one for me, I think, is these. Right, so the Spire Prospect, or the Tower Top Prospect, right? These seem to be pretty special rooms. Even here, like the Condignator, I'm certainly interested in learning a little bit more about it. So that's another example of if I get the opportunity, it would be nice to sort of take some time to play around with these. But again, with a limited number of elements of the soul, I kind of need to get my ducks in a row and figure out what the best use of my time on a given day is. So with that preliminary stuff out of the way, again, I think the main focus here is going to be improving Tridisma Herrera, especially because we really only have the one Trist to level it up. Hill and Hollow, I could use health to boost it up, but Hill and Hollow, I believe, is going to require at least 3 memories. And yeah, I think we'll leave it there. Again, lots of stuff for me to follow up on. It's just a question of how the day goes. Oh yes, I also think I had pointed out that I have the capability of producing a Super Timothy. And if memory serves, we have the Sacrament Callicite, the Collector's Edition. Back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the Rites of the Red Grail. And unlike the patched version, it has heart rather than grail. So this is actually more powerful than what the version in the game is now. I am thinking that maybe I should just leave it. I should just leave it as a heart item. So the reason they did this in terms of the patch is this collector's edition is essentially to not inconvenience people who were relying on the fact that they had a 6 Grail beverage. So essentially, it gives you the option. And I certainly was noting and sort of trying to think about how I might be able to make these things. But, given that it's gotten a change now, I have my choices. I don't think there, I mean, first of all, nobody's making these rules, right? Nobody can sit down and say, oh, you didn't properly win Book of Hours. You used the Sacrament Callicite, the improper way. But I don't know. It's because I haven't committed too much to a path to it. Maybe, maybe I'll try and make sure that I use it as intended. But I think that was a nice thing of them to do. But yeah, so I think our most likely candidates were the Slithering Fountain and the Sealed Cell, I think. But before anything, we're going to see where the day brings us. So lessons first, opening packages, and then if I'm feeling short on options, we might start messing around with crafting or throwing things away and such. All right, another visitor. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? And we've got a gale. So I did take a whole bunch of notes on Monday to try and figure out what's going on. I think they're a little out of date, but I think it's fair to say Sky and Heart are no longer required. Yep. It's going to take a minute to update that. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't apply to either of these tasks here, so I may want to consider some kind of crafting with Heart. Alternatively, well, no, I guess it would really just be crafting at this point. So, I have 7, yeah, okay, so this is the first sort of question I have for myself. It's not that difficult for me to get the memories that I require using elements of the soul. However, that does mean that I'm not I'm essentially using my elements of the soul just for leveling up Tridesma Hira. And that's fine, there's no rule saying that I can't do that, so we'd use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we'd use all of these to level it up. But that essentially means I'm either going to be spending money at the Sweet Bones to recover elements of the soul, or I would, I'd basically just write off the day. And I don't have a problem writing off the day. It's just I kind of want to be sure that I'm making a choice. An alternative would be I can talk with Reverend Timothy and hope that I get relevant memories from conversation with him. And one of the nice things about that option is that I can sort of wait till the end of the day, rush in whatever elements of the soul, or using the elements of the soul that I, whatever ones I didn't wind up getting, I can use elements of the soul towards that. And what that potentially allows for me is the option of trying to bring in one of the advanced workers. So talking with Reverend Timothy and one of the advanced workers, that would involve giving up 2 elements of the soul, so that would be 4 tuppence to recover at the Sweet Bones. And then I guess the question there is, well, what does that really get me? So, as another alternative, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a slightly different approach to high-level crafting. And I'm basically just going to take a look at sort of my MVP my MVP skills, and when I have something like a Gale, I just want to do a quick audit of my my Sky skills and see if there's some information that I can glean from that. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to try here with Sights and Sensations is something that I need to find a place that will take the Ichor Auroral. This may still work. But this won't take the Gale. This will. Okay. So I think any light will do in this case. Yeah, so this is how we make the Ichor Auroral. But I'm wondering if there is something... wondering if there's something more that I can put in this. I believe it does eat the candle. I also I believe I've used something in I believe I've used light in a recipe, so the hurricane lamp would be something that's consumed as well. But the other reason I would guess that happens, I can't even remember which one of these it was. Chandlery, a skill that can be used with suitable ingredients to make candles. The most likely ingredients are beeswax and herbs, but to confound villagers and visitors, leave a meaningful pause between the words suitable. Yeah, so the thing I was thinking of trying to do is to try and find some way that I could put the Ichor Auroral into a recipe with Sights and Sensations. But I'm not quite convinced I have what it takes. So we definitely have the Tower Top Prospect, which was very interesting. So the best I can kind of do here is add the... Oops. And at this point, you know, I need a memory or a pigment, neither of which are going to get me up to the required 15. And then the other challenge here is that hang on. Interesting. Pigments but not inks. I suppose I can take a look for a sky pet. I would be surprised if that's what it took. How much you want to bet the chickens are sky? Just one, though. The dog has since moved. Got a Sylphie and the bird's gotta have... Or sorry, Stimfling. Yeah, the magnificent green cockatoo is... Now, the bigger question for me is the... The bigger question for me is where... Actually, you know what? I think that does enable things. Again, I can't imagine this being the part that cracks this open, but I could actually put... So I guess the one challenge here is that I don't have anything resembling a pigment, but... there was a blue paint somewhere. Oh, interesting. So I don't have sky paint. And then this I don't believe counts as a pigment because it's straight up ink. I know that was lantern, I was curious, because there was that reference to the ink that needs rose for some reason, even though it's like a lantern-oriented one. Alright. I sort of felt I was onto something, but unless I generate the sky memory, which I'm interested, but not, like, put the scaling up on hold, level interested. And I don't exactly want to like repeat this for every single heart and sky. Essentially, the logic was the last couple of keeper recipes I found have largely been because they have as their sort of intermediate step, let's say. There is, like. I think the Nillicant was actually a good example of this. I got the Nillicant by putting the item that was generated before it, I think it was Solomon's preparation, into the recipe. So, following that reasoning, I thought it would be interesting, given that I've got a Gale, a slightly higher level sky event. It would be interesting to try those specifics. I do have a tool that I can use at the desk. The problem is that it would have to be the pale desk. The problem with that one would be it doesn't put together the things that I wanted. So there's a space for papers and readables, and there's a space for tools. So essentially, all that I'm doing here is just making any good old-fashioned any good old-fashioned recipe that I can normally access. And because I'm looking to make a keeper level one, I'm actually looking to put together very specific objects. So in this case, in other circumstances, so in this case, I mean, the best I could hope for would be like my journal, but that doesn't do anything. So like this doesn't tell me anything because the keeper level challenges don't tell us anything about they don't tell us anything about where, like, they don't give any guidance. So if you take a look, it's saying Awaken Feather here. Now we've got more than enough for the Prentice level challenge, so align an abandoned feather to the currents of light, or for a scholar level recipe, brush a light with a feather and see the dawn essence drip from the air. So that, it's not exactly the clearest recommendation, but that's sort of supposed to be the hint that gets you to applying light. So of course I can still follow the light path. So we've got the solar altar, we take the gale, we take the sights and sensations, we take the phosphor and element of the soul, and in this case we would need, we can put gems, memories, fuel, or lights, and for devotion, elements of the soul, omens, marks, lights, and cooperative beasties. So it's not that difficult to get the relevant points again. So I believe the hurricane lamp gives 2 sky. I'm trying to remember where I would have left it. Oh, 1 sky. All right, that does make it a little more difficult. So that we would need 2, although we're back to the bird. So this one has, oh, here we go. No. Yeah, okay. So this is what we knew already. We've got the 10 points because we've provided light now. It tells us that we can make the ichor auroral, but we have the sky here. So the real trick behind this one was to try and find a way of getting the 15 sky, but also finding a way to combine the ichor auroral in it. And there's an argument to be made that, you know, you can do it this way, right? So it will accept the ichor auroral. The drawback is that you need to find a way of getting a high enough sky inside of here, so it's not, you know, like you need to generate some kind of a sky memory which has got Winter, Lantern, Grail, or Forge, so you can't just wait for a windy day. You can use elements of the soul, but, you know, right now I only have 1. So the last step is to find a substance, and essentially to get up to 15, I would need to find a 6 sky substance. I don't think I've ever had anything that high. So, yeah, just I do like taking the time to play around and experiment with these sorts of things, but it's always a little bit of a shot in the dark as far as these. No worries, B-Freeze. I mean, I haven't exactly been ignoring stations so much as just, like, it's a question of how do I spend my day. Like, this comes up a lot, especially when people are not familiar with how I've been playing. Like, because I've restricted myself to so few elements of the soul, every single one of those choices matters a lot. Because even if you spend the tuppence to try and recover your... even if you spend the tuppence to recover your element of the soul, you can only do one of those per minute. So essentially that means that you've got like 2 minutes to accomplish an action past your initial set. And that's just, as we've seen, like even when I had a malady to keep cataloging books, like I'd still have... Infidave, I'd like you to think really hard about why you've been timed out. And if you'd like a tip, it's the absence of a Twitch plays and the fact that it's the only thing that you have been saying since you came in here. None of your suggestions have been helpful, by the way, and that is why I'm mad enough to do my first timeout in months. So I'm happy to have you here, and I'm happy to have you talk, but I need you to cool it. And if you're still around when it comes back, please find something other than telling me how to play the game to talk about. But yeah, so when it comes to the crafting stations, you know, I've used them when I can, and I think probably if we go over the full playthrough, I mean, it's tens of hours at this point, so I'm not exactly expecting people to go and mess around with it. But basically, the God, sorry. This is why I don't like it when people tell me how to play the game. It just completely puts me on tilt, and I'm actually trying to figure stuff out here. But yeah, so like basically, I'm pretty sure over the course of the playthrough we've used crafting stations in reasonably sophisticated, for lack of a better term, ways, in the sense that we've sort of tried to sideload certain aspects into into recipes and such. But essentially, the experimentation did get me the Nillicant, which we proudly display up here. But I don't know, like, I definitely feel like there's okay, so like I'm working with a hypothesis here that there are differences in the crafting stations. Very much so. It's just not it's not the ink that I want for this playthrough, though. So it's really more for decorative purposes. Although we did learn a little something about what you can do with the journal and the ink. So but yeah, so for the most part, I've been using the stations when the game gives me a recommendation. One of the things I've been trying to do when I get a uniquely powerful weather card, so like a sunny day is nice, it gets you sky as well, but I can get 2 sky from other things. Fair enough. Well, thank you very much, B-Freeze. I mean, but for anybody who's interested in my reasoning in terms of why I've been, and thank you very much for the sub, Marcosono. I'll let the art do its thing before I but yeah, the reasoning has sort of been, follow. The hypothesis I've been working with is that some of the differences in terms of the crafting stations are just what it has allowed you to put into different, slots, right? So if you have, like, a workbench, for instance, will allow you to put wood in, and so, it's not like you're not going to want to put, I don't know, a liquid on the workbench. Like that first of all, that's nonsensical. Whether they prevent you from doing that just to avoid, kind of silly combinations like that, or if it's specifically because they want to only permit certain types of things to be created at certain crafting stations, that's the first thing that I notice about them. But the other hypothesis I'm working with is that the differences may be more than just what aspects they accept and what inputs they take in. And again, it's a tricky one, because in the case of Cultist Simulator, there would be books which sort of say, if you want to summon this thing, do, put the following things together. And then when you get to the developer hints, those are the ones which say, actually, you can put the elements of equal power together. So for instance, when it says take Tredesma Hyra and use it at an altar for the sister to the knot, well, this would be, to me, this is what it's talking about. We've got the standard soul skill and memory, and we've got the devotion and the remembrance, which were features of the the previous altar. And so the question here is that, is it referring to this because this is the sort of crafting that you need, so that in order to be able to craft something powerful with Tredisma Herrera or Hyra, it's sort of saying, well, you can only get moth inside of here, moon inside of here. So, you either need to do something moony, or you need to do something that has moon and grail, and follow the steps to be able to create the thing. It could be referring to the Bosk, and it could be talking about improving your elements of the soul. Like, again, I'm following sort of just little fragments and impressions and such. But when I have powerful weather, I have that one extra point of sky to work with. It's always a nice time to just take a minute and see what's going on. So we already got the verification that I can make the Ichor Auroral if I want, and we did actually have some use for that before. And I'll just take a minute here and see. I've spent more time talking about this than I wanted to, but I'm going to take a second here and just see with Sacrolomea if there's anything. So apparently if I add a memory to that one, and we may have a possibility there. So this is actually one time where the desk is helpful because I'm not so much concerned about the special ingredient as I am the overall effect. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's because it's primarily right. Okay, no, this was how we got the Mazarine fife. Never mind. So at this point, we actually want to find out what we can do with the fife. Now, unfortunately, you can't have accompanying instruments. So far as I can tell, I haven't found any places where I can use the instrument as an input, but that may come up later. Obviously, as a tool, you can use it in different places, but oh, you know what? This is a weird way of doing it because it's a telescope, for crying out loud, but technically this is permitted. Although, what is that really getting me that I didn't already have? Why do I think that I can... Well, I'm not expecting a miracle, but we can at least see what comes out the other end. Yeah, so again, that's 15, but we don't get any information from that because it doesn't tell us the high-level recipes. So I think, unless I can try and do something with heart, that's going to be... I'm not going to walk away with any new knowledge. I do not have the first level scholar for stitching and binding, so what I should do, I should actually just set up at this desk to... The flute really helps here for figuring out recipes. Bind a little wandering life to an abandoned feather. Or for a scholar level recipe, bind that life to an egg and hatch something that recalls an earlier era. Oh man. I kind of want to try that. So, if I can find anything with 3 sky or higher, I should probably try that. I know this isn't the most exciting way to start a stream, but... Okay, Ascendant Harmony... Sorry, my notes are all messed up here. So this one is interesting, right? Because this creates a for sky memory, but there's a blue supermoon tonight, but it's raining, so you can't see. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Java. Well, it's a special weather card, just not the moon one that you're looking for. Instead, you get the Grail and Nectar. All right, same story with Applebright Euphonies. So the good news is that this is filling in a few gaps in my sheet, but it's not showing me something major that I haven't seen already. Coronoscopy. Oh, interesting. Apparently I already tried that. Doing pretty well as far as the sky knowledge. Ah, now this is interesting. So we haven't seen an add metal, although I have a feeling we've checked this out before. And astonishingly, I apparently have not put Lockworks and Clockworks in this sheet yet. So I'm not convinced that I'm going to be able to get up to 10 with a metal, but this is something that I want to look at in the future. Yeah, not surprising. That's an Ascendant Harmony. So I feel a slight dilemma here in the sense that I'm filling in a lot of these. Interesting. I'm filling in a few things that I probably could have inferred from some of the other responses. But this is actually rather helpful for filling in my spreadsheet. So I know it's kind of dry, but this is helpful to me. Okay, sorry. I have a couple guesses what this might produce, but a liquid is actually quite difficult to get a hold of as far as sky goes, so that one may be a mystery. I see some really weird responses on this one. Oop. Interesting. Okay, so it is Torg's cleansing. That's good to know. And then we get an ascendant harmony out of that one. And I think that's it as far as sky goes. Now, to those of you who cannot stand this, I am rather sorry to confess there is going to be a heart version of this that I do, but I think that's going to require less. So Solomon's Desk takes heart. Natan's probably takes heart, yeah. Yeah, so we already did this with weaving and not working. That's how we wound up making our first heart keeper level. Okay, now I do need to find... Well, I guess the tricky part here is that I don't have a significant heart boost, so I'm actually going to need to find a better place for it. Gardening's not going to do the trick. I think the loom's rather limited in terms of what... Well, it might be limited in terms of what it can do, but I have the Swaddled Thunder, which is basically like a cheat code. Okay, so I am actually getting some pretty helpful knowledge out of this. I am slightly curious if we wind up with the same keeper recipe. The only catch is I don't think we have any more heart fabric. Well, that's what I get for assuming. Okay, so interestingly enough, there's no... notice that it's not giving us Swaddled Thunder, so that means that there is a different keeper recipe for this one. There is a side of me that kind of wants to keep notes of the negatives, but I don't know, I'll be here all night if I do that, so... now if I work at an instrument, I can elevate it to something more powerful. Unfortunately, I don't think... What the instrument, I'm going to have the heart that I need to be able to bring that up to 10. To my great shame, however, I have not written down drums and dances yet. So yeah, this'll be one for me to follow up with at some point. Yeah, like during a storm would be an example. Index inviolable, Regensburg bomb. So we knew that, but if I add it with a liquid... Now that is actually something I can do, but I'm going to focus on getting some information first. So it may be Gideon soaks. Again, if I could put Swaddled Thunder in an instrument, that would be great, but that's not happening. This one wants a no. Ah. So there is a really specific so the bug with the whatchamacallit, the Grail one. The six aspected, the Calcitech Collector's Edition. That's going to be helpful for figuring these things out here. And Triger 6 asks, is there a way of getting infinite fabric? I don't know, but what I have noticed on occasion is that there are certain things that will wash up on the beach. So for instance, like you'll get a package on the beach and that'll have like the Cater and Hero tea. So while technically you can't produce that tea, I've yet to run into a situation where there's something that I need that the game has not provided in one sort of through one way or another. So if you're not able to create fabric through plants or something like that, say like just about every other crafting game does, I wouldn't be surprised if you can find them through beachcombing or something like that. But to be honest with you, I messed around with the fabric just because I had an opportunity to make something keeper level, and that's the only reason I did that. So I've not really played around with fabric that much. It does feel like there's not a lot of it at the start, though. Okay, Megaphene Mysteries. I think that will cover us. But like I said, I did want to take a minute here and see... Yeah, I'm assuming Fusine won't do... Yeah. Okay, so this is a bit of a special case in that I do want to see if I can if I can do something with the heart. So yes, it will accept a liquid. We may actually wind up with another. We may wind up with another keeper recipe out of this. So in some cases, it feels like a really big waste of time, but this is one of these cases where it actually feels like we could get some very useful information out of this. Now, I would not expect there... Yeah, so it talks about parabate, but in this case, it's not meeting any of the requirements. Stitching and binding... Right, so that one also... But that doesn't make the swaddled thunder. Do I have a heart flower? I guess Aglyphotis would work. I'm kind of taking my life in my own hands by putting 2 of the things that are required in one spot, but it's going to be fairly straightforward to... Okay, so that's got to be used in an instrument. It should be straightforward to figure out which is which. Okay, as expected, Gideon soaks. And we actually know the numbers for that now. I wouldn't be surprised if every single time we ran into something asking for liquid, if that we got that. But again, this is a chance for us to do this without assuming, so I will take the opportunity. Yeah, it's not surprising that Strings and Thongs wants to be at a... I'm thinking the flower I may have misread from one of the other entries, because I've noticed sometimes when there's like an extended silence, that's usually because I'm noticing that I wrote something wrong in the document. Somebody did ask me for the spreadsheet that I'm working with. I'm happy to do so, but I do know that there are community spreadsheets already running around. I've resisted the urge to do so. I haven't stopped this hasn't stopped me from enjoying other people's broadcasts. Generally, if I host someone and they're early on, I hang out. There was someone, what was it? Pimento Fist, I think was their name. And it was really interesting to watch someone else play it because they had a very different approach to the game. You know, and they had the no backseating tag on, but again, I think all of you already know that I think there's a lot of value in being allowed to figure things out on your own. But as a result, they had a very different way of approaching the game, which I thought was interesting. I'm not necessarily changing the way that I would play based on seeing how others do it, but it's neat to just sort of see the different, not just the different perspectives that people will bring to different puzzles, but the fact that they will all eventually sort of get you to the right place, which I thought was kind of neat. Now, as fun as that was, there's still the question of what do I do with all of this? It did actually occur to me there's one other thing that I can try, and I'm slightly mad at myself for not trying this earlier. Even with the liquid and the flour, we apparently did not produce any keeper level recipes out of that. Well, I guess that's not going to change anything, so I think the time has come for us to actually commit to performing great works. And I think I am going to take a flyer on at least getting Reverend Timothy, but I'm not going to try and hire someone at the Sweet Bones today, so Reverend Timothy door is always open to me. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So we're going to talk with him for the first part of the day, and then the second part we will recover whatever we can for Tridisma Herrera. And then if we have any leftover elements of the soul, we'll use that for, for just checking out the countryside and such. Okay, Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. There's certainly no shortage of things that I can do with my elements of the soul, but let's see what we can get from Timothy first. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Trying to think if there's anything else that I want to do, but really we're in a holding pattern until I see what memories I have to work with. Again, we're looking for Grail or Moon here. And Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore is back. Hey! Reverend Timothy gave us an intuition to start off with, so he's already paid for himself. Alright. Hero Pilgrim Traitor. He'll always be a soldier, but never again can he be only a soldier. And he is here for the affair of the Unfettered Eye. We'll read the description when the time comes, but we're going to use our talk verb for the better part of today. And again, I'm sorry for the slow start to today's work, but getting a chance to play around a little bit with the skills is nice. Maybe one thing that I'll do at the end of today, because it occurred to me that I do have a few liquids that are reasonably powerful, I might actually sit down with that spreadsheet and play around with them. So for instance, with Knock, I'm pretty sure we've got the Sacrament Asite. We can actually produce this. So, okay. Hindsight might help with Hill and Hollow, but I think I'd be spreading myself a bit too thin. So a lot of this depends on the other memories that Reverend Timothy gives us. Again, we still have time in the day. One of the reasons why I wanted to try and preserve my elements of the soul. So again, there's the target of opportunity in terms of getting Hill and Hollow, although it is competing with Tridisma Hyra for memories. But the other thing that's nice about this is I can use the Gale as an input. So in this case here, I haven't actually gotten a couple of the items in my spreadsheet. So as a consequence, it's just a chance for me to be able to learn a little bit more. Okay, so that hindsight doesn't help me. And I think this will be the last time I try with Reverend Timothy. Even one is a bonus because we're up the 2 Faust. But I probably won't be beachcombing. Well, I wouldn't be beachcombing because I have to use my tryst anyway, but figure we give it the minute. Actually, here's what we can do. We'll do 2 more chats with Reverend Timothy, and then when we hear the birds of hurry up, that'll be when we hit the books. Stolen Secrets, welcome. So that's 2 to the goal. That seems to be a different sound from before. This is really tempting now, so we need 3 from Hill and Hollow. I think I am going to set one of these aside. Yeah, I'm going to have to try it one more time. No, you know what, because if night falls, then I'm going to be in trouble. So, first priority is the moon, so we've got 2, and it's going to be a tight window here, so let's make sure we get everything we need lined up before I commit. Okay, so I need 3 more. Okay. There's a chance, but it might mean that the gale goes wasted. So we can get the beguiling melody from the skeleton songs. Confounding parable. I keep misplacing 108. That's my usual. Okay, so that's 2 of the 3 required. So I guess I try with the shaft first. And I guess that's a matter of the wainscot histories, so. So I'm in danger of wasting the day, but I am going to let the 30 seconds with Reverend Timothy run down. I don't think regret helps us. I think that's a forge in a winter. But there's nothing stopping me from talking with him again. You never know what you'll get. I can't see how... Okay. I'm definitely going to have to start reading. So I think we will have what it takes to be able to level this up. But I'm also going to do something kind of clever. I am going to read Wrapped in the King. Oh, I say it's clever, but... Oh, wait a minute. No, I've got a desk that saves me from my lantern foolishness. So reading Wrapped in the King, if I didn't plan this out correctly, at the very least I get something that persists between the days, but I believe you have more than a minute once night falls. But we're going to want to work quick once the sites become available. Okay, so our first priority is to get the high-level skill up. All right. So that's 30 seconds spoken for. Now, the drawback here is that with the remaining... So if I knew I had a minute available, what I would do is potentially try and turn this gale into something. But because I don't think I have a minute available, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for this book to finish reading, and then we'll be able to level up Hill and Hollow, and that means I dedicate the day to getting that last level. However, I did think it was going to take me 3 days to get this this improvement done anyway. So I still think it's a good day's work. And we might even get lucky and wind up. If we get fear, that doesn't help us. But if we get something moony... No. Okay. So again, going to be watching this with a close eye. You know, all that we've really lost if this doesn't work out is the opportunity to use the element of the soul and a little bit of knowledge for the spreadsheet. Pretty sure we can make this work though. Just barely. So I've lost the health for the day, but I think that's a fair price to pay. Right, another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. Oh, probably want to talk with... So, Misana, a prosperous little desert village that has become in recent years a place of pilgrimage. There have been peculiar manifestations there of late, visitors gifted with sight or struck blind. The church has dispatched its representatives to investigate. There are prophecies of the second dawn, you know, of the sun's rebirth. One of those prophecies is of the unfettered eye. Try a book with as much mystery lantern as their interest. Now, he understands Latin. He's looking for 3 lanterns, so he almost certainly is going to get the Bancroft Diaries when the time comes. I am inclined to believe that this might qualify as a fulfillment of the prophecy. I had almost hoped it was not, librarian. When the world changes, it will change all at once. Okay, so we've got our work cut out for us in terms of leveling this up. But let's see what the weather is before I go too far into the day. Okay, another gale. So no need to investigate, but it will be nice to see. I mean, I could just experiment and say don't worry about the rest, but here's what I'm going to do. We won't be able to get as much from Timothy, but I am kind of relying on a couple lucky breaks in conversation with him, so we'll start with that there. And I'm going to go for what I think are the rarer memories that I need for it. So, for instance, beguiling melodies, contradictions, confounding parables. These are things that I don't think I'm going to... I don't think I'm going to get. But, you know, things like, I don't know, satisfaction, that's potentially something I'll get from Timothy. So I'm going to focus a little bit more on the unusual pickups. All right, Skeleton Songs. For those of you unfamiliar, this is also the name of the podcast that is hosted by the creators of Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours. We'll use shot for 108 to get the confounding parable. So it's a start. Obviously, if I want to go any further, I'm going to need to use the sweet bones, but I figure we'll see what the day brings. Oh, there is one other thing that I can try. I was meaning to try this a while ago. I believe I can get salt if I sacrifice something. Equally importantly, though, I want to test... So if I renounce something with effort... Yeah, so there is something interesting about the idea of chucking something at the boathouse requiring effort. But it's clearly not just going to take anything. I know some of the rituals in Cultist Simulator involve throwing like a liquid into the sea, but in this case I just want to... I'm assuming at this point I'm going to get memory back. Yep, there's the salt. Oh, I wish I read the text for that, sorry. Need to put effort into it once to make it go away? Isn't it working as intended? Oh, I see. All right. So all of a sudden, it's a lot less significant than I thought. Okay. It feels a little wasteful, but I am going to renew my Faust at the Sweet Bones. That's just because we're going to have at least a minute taken up with... We're going to have to give up a minute to chat about Misana. So I suppose, knowing what we're up against, if these are spoken for, we've got one already, we've got 3 on the way, so I need two Moon or Grail memories. Lieutenant Moore came to believe that the miracles in Misana might mean the second dawn was near. When the world changes, he observed, it will change all at once. All right, so again, we're going to rely on Reverend Timothy to fill in some of our missing memories. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. And we've got a beguiling melody. A contradiction, and the confounding parable. Okay. So again, we're either relying on Reverend Timothy or we're relying on repeated visits to the Sweet Bones to get the memories that I need. And I think at this point here, because I've already made so much change, I might as well work with the two of them. So let's go on to another rarity. There's one note that I've got here, Sea Secret. of a price stolen secret. Okay, that one requires a little more effort, but that's definitely not something that Timothy's going to give us, so that does give us a better chance of getting lucky. But we also do make our own luck here, so we will... let's go for health here. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. If I was really worried about getting all my elements of the soul at once, I would also pour myself a glass of water, but in this case, like I said, I'm happy to sort of alternate between the elements of the soul and conversations with Reverend Timothy. I think gossip may actually do it for us, which is good because that means I can employ the health towards one of the... Actually, it would have been better for me to put the sky towards it. Anyways, I am interested in seeing if I can try one of those advanced music ones. The reasons why I'm interested in the high intensity music memories is that those are likely going to be the things that I use to supercharge my followers for future work. So this is a really interesting one, by the way, particularly if you know about sort of synergies in the Aviform hours. I don't know if it's directly related to that, but I definitely wanted to follow up on that train of thought when the time came. Yep, we've got what we need. All right, when I thought I'd understood, I've only begun. So, drums and dances would be the one I'm most interested in. So now the question is, where do I get that last little bit of heart from? And the answer is Reverend Timothy. In the worst case scenario, we make something else with this health, but let's see. We still have a few conversations with Timothy that we might be able to get something we need out of. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. And as always, I do have the option of kind of going back to the sweet bones, but I don't think that's necessary. The next step, I'll maybe double check what kinds of texts I can read, because clearly we're strong in terms of Moon now, and the fact that I've got that really powerful memory from where's the librarian's quarters? Put it in a special place towards a fundamental aesthetic. That is also that's also something that I want to keep in mind as a potential... Actually, I think we already did that review, and it just so happens that the texts that we have weren't relevant. But just another one of those cases where, if you can, it's good to take a peek and see if you can... I don't know. I always like to see if there's something I can do to get a slight edge. Obviously, if Oriflammes winds up, trying to sell me a book like this, I will take note. But I'm gonna guess that we probably need to go deeper into the house to achieve that. And for that, we're actually in reasonably good shape. One of the things I will want to focus on if I can is... Alright, I don't think we're going to get lucky. I think the only thing... I can't remember if a character will give you a memory of a storm, but I know he can give solace. So I think if I craft now, the health winds up used up the next day anyway, which I'm not too worried about because it's kind of a free day now, but if I can get lucky and wind up with a... Like if I can wind up with information I didn't have already, it's something I want to take up. Okay, so yeah, the gossip didn't help as well. So... I think I'm just going to leave it, because at the very least I can just go for a walk on the moor. It looks like it's just the heart versions of those songs that I need anyway, so... If I had a core, it wouldn't even be... Oh, you know what? I could have considered the crates. Alright, so Oriflammes is going to sell me the Kukurbit Prisoner Records, 1928. Probably a little too tough for me to read right now, and we are getting low on Spintra. But I think it's still worth it. Okay, so it's a rainy day. This is the time where I need to start... I kind of need to start taking stock in terms of what I think my next move should be. So the paths that I have available would be try and wait for somebody who is good at a certain aspect that I need. The nun actually is also quite good at knock. Alternatively, I can keep trying to craft the things that will make Reverend Timothy very good at what he does. And that's sort of our guaranteed knock path. So here's... Okay. Let's say Tristan Health gets set aside for exploration. Yeah. We'll start by using Faust at the Sweet Bones to see who stops by. Seek unusual help, what visitors might be passing through. We won't get Reverend Timothy yet. But depending on who arrives, we can use the Faust and Whist to open the packages, the Health and Trist to kind of do our, our scrounging around. And then I have a specific idea for what to do with the Shapt. In fact, let me double check I got that right. Yes. I may have to give up one of the openings, though. Okay, so with Grail, Moth, and Rose, this Rose may actually be interesting. So, kind of a long-standing... Oh yeah, actually, sorry, it was the... this was of interest, but it was... I think I wanted to try and hit it with Moon. But surely Grail's relevant to one of these, right? Yeah, 14 Grail, so let's see if we can get there. We do have the special edition. But I can see some possibilities here. So I'm gonna take my notes and see, given especially that it's a rainy day. All right, so we start with 4 Grail. We still just have the one Grail tool. I'm going to take a minute here and just see if I can get a higher level Grail memory. Okay, so as far as I can tell, the best we can do right now is a 2 Grail memory. We don't have Arab, so we can't help out with that. So we start with 7. I think we were trying to get to 14, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Oh, I should also remember that I have access to Moth as well. That may be a smarter choice because I can use the Trist in this case. But let's see this through to the end. So with the Ruby-wise Ruin, I can actually bring that up to 11. And the tricky part here is finding the remaining 3 in the form of food. Basket of apples apparently will help. Food and pigments. Okay, blackberry jam's also an option. Okay, so Ruby-wise Ruin and the blackberry jam. I mean, I can if I give her the highest level Grail drink, it's all over. But I feel like we can do better. The biggest one for me, though, is I feel like I should be able to do more memory-wise. And that's actually kind of bugging me. But before I get too bent out of shape over that, let's see what I can find pigment-wise. And it may not be a bad idea for me to think about how I might be able to make more of them, but first of all, I don't think I have a grail pigment. Oh wait. Yeah, that's rose. Yeah, the thing is, pigments show up in funny places, so it doesn't hurt to... There we go, lethe. Oh, hang on. No, that's not right. That's not a pigment. Although it's good to know, because lethe is a 4 moth. So if I'm out of the skin shuck mead, which I might be... Nope. Maybe I do need to... Okay. I seem to be bending over backwards in terms of grail when there seems to be a more direct moth path. So 4 moth, 2 from element of the soul, 2 from a memory. I can actually try and go for a higher one if need be. 1 tool. So 4, 6, 8, 9... Want to double check that I'm actually... Yes, I'm looking for 14, so I need to find 5 more. So with that in mind, the skin shuck mead is like that's the answer right there. My other alternative would be name day riddle would bring me up to 10. Oh, if a name day riddle brings me up to 10, then I just use the lethe. That's the answer. Okay. So, before I do anything, first of all, we need to hire them. So name day riddles don't just come out of thin air. That's edicts liminal. And I don't think I get to use it here. I have no luck in terms of desks for this. Yeah, but then I can't use the rain. So my ideal would have been to do edicts liminal and then add the rain here, but that doesn't work. Pale desk doesn't work because it doesn't take either of them. Visiting room... Right, that doesn't take any of them. Ambrose's takes the knock. Vagabond doesn't do the trick. Grail and knock don't like to be together. Let's see. Oh, hang on. Thought it might have worked. I wonder if I can just get away with considering. Oh wait, no. I have to go to a workstation. Okay, you know what? I really haven't been spending enough time on the workstation, so this may be simpler than I thought, and it's just a question of me not recognizing what I actually have access to. Yeah, so I get the Grail out of this, but not something for Edict's Liminal. Close. Ether Dragon, thank you very much for gifting that sub to Dendrian, somebody who I had a wonderful time watching play a game I'm really fond of, Dicey Dungeons. But thank you for that support. I will be sure to use the money irresponsibly. Surely there must be some way for me to combine these. Oh, here we go, the dispensary. Okay, so I gotta be careful with this. So I'm looking for okay, actually I may need to pay, well, let's... Okay, well I may need to pay up anyway. Oh, you know what? Moth is not easy to come by on this. Yeah, so it's either I give up an element of the soul... yeah, okay. Catwink? No, I need something with Moth. You know, maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way. So I can generate a memory just by talking with my hireling. So yeah, like essentially what I'm looking for here is I'm looking for a memory to put in this slot to do the trick. Now, if I have to, I will use the... Actually, you know what? It's not the end of the world if I don't open these things right away, and I'm going to need to renew the Tryst anyway, so we will just read Traveling at Night Volume 1 for the Impulse and be done with it. Hired. Okay, so I can start with the tool. I guess the rain kind of gets wasted a bit. Well, no, because we can turn that into a Witching Tisane, and then that... Yeah, we've got plenty that we can do. But I am going to wait for some of my adventures outside, just because I may need some elements of the soul to accomplish certain things. Okay, I was hoping to do this a little bit later, but collaborate Tryst, secret sorrows may join our strengths, boosts Moth and Moon. So I guess I can feed them the Lethe next if I get desperate. Something did occur to me here with Edict's Liminal. Although I don't think I can do this at Natan's desk because I can't use the Whist. I am curious though if there's something that takes Lantern and Knock or Lantern and Moth. Yeah, Ambrose's desk. Oh, but it doesn't take the Impulse. Okay. Again, I don't need to get clever. The beachcombing was a nice to have, not a necessity. If I thought through the day a little bit better, I probably would have been able to make the magic happen. But okay, so secret threshold. We just need a moth, so we add the snoodle jar. There's the name day riddle. Conceive of a monthly riddle. Sorry, a mothly riddle. Edict's liminal with scholar level moth plus memory creates a name day riddle. What comes, neither of us knows yet, but we will. So we are heading straight to the Sweet Bones with my Tryst. Wait a minute, why do I need my Tryst if I have already boosted them up? Yeah. Sorry, need to make sure that I'm making sense here, so... 2 for the element of the soul, 3 for the memory, so that... Okay, so 4, 7, 9... Tool. Okay, that brings us up to 10. Right, and then it was the Lethe to... yeah, we're good. Although I feel like there was... you know what? A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. So it's the Shapt and the Whist that's left. We still have half of the day to go, so there's 2 things that I can do with these. I'll wait until we're opening up the room. But I've got... There's basically just a number of different things that I kind of want to do, and the question is, what do I think is the most important? So what I will do is have a chat with the Surrealist Painter just while we wait for everything to happen. We're almost done the day, so I am going to have to make some choices in terms of what I do, but the idea here is with the Shapt, I may be able to craft something special, but it may also require... Oh! I didn't even pay attention to how much that cost. Cool. Oriflams, thanks you for your custom. So we will go... I'm still sure this goes in the too hard pile, but... I was kind of expecting us to be short on Spintra. But yeah, so I may want to use this Shapt to create a Glassfinger Toxin. But I may also need to make a memory for that, so... Oh, now I get the Solace. And I do want to... I do kind of want to make sure that I do this relatively early. So in fact, even if I wait a minute, that may be too long with the Shapt. We'll see. All right. So the riddle's good. A deceptively intricate riddle that might just teach us who we really are. Gravenius van Loren was notoriously fond of these. So good for knock memory, but ideal for the 3 moth, which we will then be applying to the artist to get the 14 that we need to open the mazed cell. Now I'm going to take a second here just to see what I need for the Glassfinger Toxin. Yeah, so it's Edict's liminal. I really would have thought we'd do that. Okay, so it does accept liquid. So we'd have to add a Shapt for sure. Now there's the tricky part. So I got lots of liquids. The question is, what one do I want to give up? So for instance, Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam is a good choice here because it gives me some knock aspect. But it only gives me one knock, and it turns out with Edict's Liminal I'm one short, and I don't have a knock. I don't have a knock tool. Now the Glassfinger Toxin is really helpful, so it is the sort of thing I'm willing to give up. But again, it's so what this means is that I need to take the time. I need to use the whist rather than, let's say, opening one of these packages. You know, I'm using it to generate a memory. This time I will, though. So I think Advice on Containment will get me what I need there. I suspect I am going to be tying up the whist for the next day, though. There's a Blake's discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mansis things in it. Of course. I cannot complain about getting a knock memory from the Surrealist Painter. It's just so funny that I got it right at the time I committed it. Committed it. Anyways, here we go. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. No opening. Ironically, with all the knock running around, we are not opening any packages. But in 3 seconds, I'm going to turn this tea into poison. Glassfinger Toxin. Brew a bright and lethal knock toxin. Edict's Liminal with scholar level knock plus liquid creates Glassfinger Toxin. So, I'm not 100% sure. Oh, wait a minute. I think I do actually have a reliable way. But basically, this is the item that I need to be able to create the Sacrament Asite. Yes, do not put that tea into anyone you would like to keep. What painter with their pigments wouldn't want to spend a day at Hush House? So, here we have it, the Mazed Cell. A leathery burgundy mesentery has spread out of and around the doorway of the cell. Chitin? Fungus? It crumbles beneath my hands, emitting choking fumes. It would be impossible to enter this cell without clearing it. Which we now do. So a couple things that would have been nice to do: turn the rain into a witching Tisane, use the use the whist to open one of these packages. But hello, Kurzov. Yeah, I mean, in this case, these all just sort of sit idle. Again, this is the price I pay for not committing stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms, but we're not that far off of opening all the nocturnal areas without having committed anything but the glass blowing and vessel crafting. So at this point, it feels like the sort of thing I have to stick to on principle. We will read that in a minute. With Keeper level knock, Glassfinger Toxin is the precursor of the Sacrament Asite. What is within without, what is without within, a poison sacred to the votaries of the Menascate. So, as is appropriate, we put the ink, we put the Armagnac, and we put the Glassfinger Toxin. This is a selection criteria, right? What you do is you have the candidate sit down on the couch, and if they drink the glass finger toxin, you don't hire them. We have a few of these actually, so that's good. It's worth 4 knock, so it's helpful. Do you hire them when they drink the ink? Very good question. Why not? Oh, fancy. Cell? This was the last prisoner to be admitted to the jail, but only the date has been recorded. No record of its origin, crime, or arrest remains. Collars was a man of many secrets. Sometimes, however, he was also a generous man, and he insisted it be provided with a bed and with writing materials, so, should it ever feel the need... with writing materials, should it ever feel the need for them. So we have a ruby-wise ruin, Asmail, silver ink that can only be made and used in dreams, an ink of revelation, a vase of lilies, a foggy day. All right, that may have some implications in terms of what I try to do. Chrysalis, something might emerge if only it could be assured of a hospitable history. Until that time, its dreams might be audible to one who presses an ear against its trembling, sky-scented warmth. Again, so much. There is so much in that description, and I feel completely unequipped to solve any of the mysteries associated with this. So dorsal, element of the soul or a liquid, and ventral, memory or a liquid. Holy hell. All right. Impermeable cell. A sign outside the cell reads, "Warning, not to be spoken with nor looked upon. The protections that still hang in the air lend force to the injunction." Which ink would you feed it first? Would you experiment with the different aspects for the inks, or would you just throw it all in there at once? Okay, so this seems very much like the sort of thing we might get Reverend Timothy to work on. So, yeah, this is the time that I want to think very carefully about what I can accomplish with knock. So I'm going to start just for curiosity with two knock. Now, the reason why I'm doing this here is a foggy day. I mean, in fact, it's also good for moon. Okay. I do have an opportunity to get better knock. So it's actually, I should be thinking about moon at this point. But let's just run with this for the sake of argument. So the highest knock memory that I can get is actually 5. No tool. Wait a minute. So is it really... Oh, shopped. Right. Okay, so if I want, I can actually bang this thing down already. So I don't see that happening with Forge. Yeah, I also don't see that. Well, actually, hang on. There might be a way that this happens with Sky too. So let me just take a minute to game that one out. We actually can do silly things with Sky. Now I'm remembering. Okay. So it starts off really well. So I can get up to 12 Sky without giving up anything that I don't need. The funny thing is, Ether Dragon, right now these notes that I'm drawing are on a tablet, but I actually have paper notes that I keep, which are about the lore. And I do use a fountain pen for them. So no scented candles, and I will be refilling my tea in a little bit, but I've at least got a few of what you're describing, and I highly recommend playing this way. The streaming side maybe doesn't quite help with the immersion, but this is absolutely a game that benefits from note taking, and I personally like the fact that that they included the the copy. So any text in the game you can click and it'll copy it, so you can paste the things in really simply. But if you want to kind of have a memento of your play session, I actually really do recommend writing, just because there's something special about that for sure. Okay, but yeah, so Sky starts off really promising. So let's say we get a special hire with 4 Sky, then we've got a tool which will give them 3. We can actually generate a 4 Sky memory. So with those, that's 8, 11, and then with the FOST we can bring it up to 12, but we need to get it up to 15. So then the question is, all right, where do the remaining 3 points come from? And we return to our old friend, where do I get Sky food? And the answer seems to be nowhere. I have actually yet to find a reliable way to get. Oh, that's not entirely true. Sorry. There's the Lapsang Suchong, but I believe that is 2 Forge, 1 Sky. I think we got a cup of that up here. Yeah. So if I could find 2 Sky, well, okay, let's see who actually has the Sky. That's the musician, so I don't remember if they have. I don't remember if they have anything special. Okay, well, you know what? It's still worth it. I'm actually hoping for somebody with Moon, but there's no point in waiting it out. So let's see what unusual help we might find. I will set aside the Trist, so the Fost and the Whist are sort of my free-to-play with cards. And here I will use them to open the supplies. The funny thing is that even if I don't wind up using Reverend Timothy in terms of opening a room, because I don't necessarily need to do that right now, we could still use the fog to craft a powerful knock drink. So that's why a lot of this rests on who I get at the Sweet Bones. And again, if I want, I can keep using elements of the soul to keep hiring people, but I think that makes more sense after I've eliminated some of the things that I know I want to do. The other thing I want to check out is the possibilities of reading certain books, but let's see what the Sweet Bones gives us. And then at the end of today, I may take a minute. Consulting engineer. Ah, damn it. Oh, boy. I forgot they give Sky too. I don't think there are Sky metals, though. Oh, but they take fuel. Oh, hang on. We might have struck the jackpot, actually. Blue Crown. Oh, I think we've got it. Okay, so we start with 12. We give them the T for the 13. We give them the blue crown. No, the blue crown's not a fuel. I gotta remember that. But Trumpeter's Lily is. Haha, the day is mine. All right. Unfortunately, it does mean that the... oh, actually, there's a bunch of stuff that's going to happen. So first of all, I gotta find my Sky... Yeah, I was definitely celebrating victory way too early, because I actually need to make all this nonsense work. So Applebright Euphonies may actually... No, Drums and Dance... No, because Drums and Dances is hard, right. Yeah, so it's either Applebright, Furs and Feathers. Bells and Braziers. And then I think Strings and Song. Yeah, it's all for Sky. Okay. So again, sort of playing around here. We'd throw well, we could do Strings and Songs. So we throw a Faust at that. It's all well and good. I can even bring it up to 8, which I likely will, with the flute, or the fife rather. So I guess we'll use the Pale Desk for that. Yeah, this is going to be a little character building, I think. It'll work. It's just I'm going to have to give up quite a bit. I don't think we're going to be picking things up off the beach. So this is what I got right now. If I get 2 Sky Memory, which is a piece of cake, that's that's Apollo and Marsyas away. We're good there. Now I'm going to need to get that Faust back to feed the consulting engineer, but that's not a problem. So yeah, let's say we're going to hold off on opening packages again, but that's because we can open a door instead. So we'll read Apollo and Marsyas. We will hire the engineer. I'm going to go to the Sweet Bones to make myself alert again. This autumn, when the leaves rustle, the silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. Okay. I guess that really is the rest of it. So the Tryst and the Health, I guess, are still available to me. So I suppose now the question is, do I want to go to Crowcross Sands or the Moor, or do I want to do I want to focus on this other stuff? Now that you've sunk 20 hours into the game, you can finally comprehend what is watching while you watch the stream. I'm sorry, I get it. I guess I get into my own head a little bit when I play the game. But if you have any questions, and that goes for people who don't have the benefit of 20 hours in the game, like Erasmus, I do like trying to explain the game. I just do also run into the challenge where I want to try and like solve some stuff. So yeah, we'll see. What am I going to do? You have many questions for me, but none about the game. You can ask one of the not. You can ask one of the not. Well, I mean, you can ask any of them. I just don't know if I'll answer them. Okay, so the funny thing is that after all of this, it is actually just the Faust that I really need. The Trist, Shapt, and Health are still open and available to me. Let's go ahead. I am actually going to start opening this stuff, and we will open with Health first. So something odd. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. Hired. So I'll boost him with the Faust for the start. Together we will be watchful. I suppose I should also pour the tea, so we'll get on that as well. Did I already use the one in the library? Yeah. Pour out. Poured out. Is that her, Harmonious Mora? Hermaeus Mora. That's a Elder Scrolls reference, which I totally didn't pick up until I tried to pronounce it. How are you doing? If you liked that mispronunciation, you're gonna love this game because I mispronounce everything. Actually, okay, fun fact, Hermaeus Mora, I believe, is the god that I didn't quite... Oh, yeah, no, I remember now. So, I wound up with the Ogma Infinium in Arena. Now, I didn't care for the Elder Scrolls when I first played it, but... I still tried it, a couple more times. And I eventually got into it. The way I got into it was by playing the first one and then moving my way up. And I wound up with the Ogma Infinium in Arena. And I have not intentionally, but basically in each of the game, what was it? I don't think it was in Morrowind, now that I think of it. But in all the other ones, I've actually wound up with the Ogma Infinium. So I kind of feel that it's my book. And so if I ever wind up playing Skyrim, I'm not going to feel like the experience is complete unless I wind up with that. And I think it was in Daggerfall you had to do a quest for that Mora character. Anyways, different game. The consulting engineer can find plenty of work in the mines and towns in the region, but Hush House represents an unusual and interesting challenge. So let's actually use the fife here because I'm going to be using that for a recipe in a minute. Proffer a tool, I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. How do I like the game? This game is wonderful. Now, so far is... Obviously, we're pretty far in. And I was in the beta. But it still has not lost its appeal after all this time. Obviously, it's a different experience to stream it. I did have to impose my first timeout after a long hiatus of them today, but I don't think they stuck around, but that is their problem. I'm certainly feeling a lot more relaxed not having to deal with those messages. But yeah, it is definitely a game that was worth the wait. I am delighted that it seems to have connected with its audience, and I am a little eager to see where it all winds up. There are a couple. I'd say there are a couple of things. There's definitely a handful of sort of. I kind of want to think more about this sort of mysteries for me, and then there's two, like, I know I'm supposed to do something here, but I can't quite figure this out, puzzles. But even then, I've got lots that I can work on. So it's a really special game, and I'm delighted that I've had the chance to be able to share it with people. But what do you think of the game? And DTG, how are you doing? Welcome back. All right. Yeah, so we're going to have to wait to make the melody. But I can feed them the tea while we make the melody. Oh, it's actually going to take 90 seconds on the melody, so we should get on top of that right away. Right, to craft an ascendant harmony. Strings a song with scholar level sky plus an instrument creates an ascendant harmony. So it should be a 4 sky memory. If it isn't, I'm screwed. And in the meantime, we'll give him a cup of tea. It's great. You always wanted something like Cultist Simulator, still trying to understand how the tree works, though. Is there something in particular you're trying to understand about the tree, or is it more just concepts in general? Hang on, I feel like I'm one short, and I'm a little worried about that. Okay, so we started with 4 sky. We've given them the tool for the 3. Eight. Fuel, right. So Erasmus say, do you find it more effective to get a bunch of skills or to use the lessons to upgrade the ones that you have? I'm still not sure what way works best. So, I mean, to a certain extent, Erasmus, I think there's a few. My most complete and honest answer to this, I think, would depend on which playthrough you're running with, and then also kind of like a question in terms of taste. So I've got a bunch of holes in the spreadsheet that I'm keeping here, but I'll give you an example. I have for my... So let's take the thing that I'm constructing right now, the Ascendant Harmony. So I can use putrefactions and exaltations, furs and feathers, applebright euphonies, and strings and songs to create it, as well as bells and braziers. And that's it for now. There may be others. So that's 5 different skills that can get me the same like basically those are 5 different skills that will get me the same thing. Now, I do also need 10 sky for that. So if I don't want to use a memory, then essentially I'm going to have to, I'm going to have to get that. Either I'm going to have to level up my Faust, or I'm going to have to get that up to 9 sky. So that can mean, like a level 8 skill, which is pretty demanding. Or I can sort of chill out and say, okay, well, I'll get 2 sky from a memory because, memory storm's isn't that hard to get. And so in that case, you can knock it down to a lower level. And then you have other things like, okay, I can rely on the astrolabe, so I can move that down one, and or rely on the fact that with the instruments you can put 2 memories in or something like that. But again, like, skills are not just about crafting. You're specifically asked about the Tree of Wisdoms, and of course, with the Tree of Wisdoms, the question there is, what do you want to get out of the Tree of Wisdoms? And I phrase this very specifically because we spent a bunch of time talking about how you get 2 contradictory results in terms of the text. Now again, if you're not invested or you don't know, like, there's some people who are not going to care at all about what this text says, and so in this case, you may just decide, I want this element of the soul, and I'm gonna jump ahead, and that's completely fine. At that point, deciding what to level up is probably going to be determined by what haven't you committed to the Tree of Wisdoms yet. And then, of course, the other consideration would be not just what your immediate opportunities are, but like, where do you want to go? So in the case of the Twiceborn, right, it sort of talks about wanting to start with the illumination path, which I haven't committed anything to yet. But even then, I have lots of options, right? So I can go, I can start off in illumination, or maybe I even start off in ithistry, and then I jump over to illumination, and then I jump into hushery, and then I run all the way up to hushery, and then I jump back to illumination, and I go all the way to 9, right? There's lots of different ways that I can navigate it. But it does sort of feel like if you don't have a recipe that you specifically want from a skill, then it certainly can be useful if your goal is to push out in the Tree of Wisdoms. It can definitely feel quite helpful to use the lessons for things that they're not attached to. Obviously, for me, I've not followed that. The even glassblowing and vessel crafting is now up to level 5. And then I guess the last thing that I would say about it as well is, even with sometimes when people ask these questions, like, they're just looking for a straight answer. But the other thing is that one of the things I find kind of fun about the game is that it does actually seem to be a bit better thought through than some people sometimes give it credit for. So even the idea of, not using more than one lesson as an input, like, one of the bug reports I filled in said, hey, this thing is treated as a memory, and, like, I know you probably wouldn't want to use a lesson to boost someone, on during the day, but, like, it is a memory. You should at least be able to do that. So, again, it's just one of these things where I said, here are the rules of the game. It technically doesn't allow me to do this thing, and it would be nice to have either an explanation why, or to allow it to behave this certain way. But sorry, the reason I'm doing the song and dance here is that even when it comes to the matter of whether or not you want to use multiple lessons learned, that's usually true. That is definitely one that I hold myself to. But there is actually a time when I've considered using more than one lesson learned, and that would be when Numa came, when I had a fairly stern requirement, right? So let's say I was in that state where I had, like, the level 5 Tridesma Hyra, and I wanted to level that up to the 7. There's no way that would be able to happen during Numa, especially with the number of elements of the soul that I'd have. Essentially, at that point, I would be, blitzing the Tree of Wisdoms to get elements of the soul. But again, like, in the situation where you feel like the lesson learned is going to be going away, again, Numa is probably the best example of this. That lesson learned can actually be the sort of the boost that you need to be able to get something out of the day rather than the others. So it's a more situational one, but I'm not trying to be like contrarian on this. It just happens to be an example where, even as an absolute rule, there are situations where it does make sense to use more than one lesson, because sometimes, the thing that you're trying to achieve, like, basically it's like, if you turn that into an absolute rule, which I don't think is what people are trying to do, but you could find yourself in a Numa and you have a chance to maybe bring a skill up to level 8, let's say, and you say, oh, but I don't want to use 2 lessons at once, so I'll put this one up to level 2 or 3. Well, chances are that level 9 is going to enable a lot more for you, and so in that situation, obviously being able to, it's a question in terms of what you're giving up and what you're able to achieve as a result. So even then, like, it's one where I feel like I kind of have to give a wishy-washy answer depending on what you're wanting. But overall, my general rule has been, because I haven't committed anything and I'm not really clear on where I want to go, I've just been keeping them with the lessons that they live with. And that just means that I'm going to have stuff to deal with down the road in the playthrough. Like, maybe I've kind of hampered my ability to go as far as I would want. And fair enough, that may be a challenge that I have to deal with down the road. But it seemed to me, rather than trying to sort of like pick a favorite and try and keep track of all of that, I just decided to keep them with the skills, and then if I found that I was in a situation where I needed to make a change, I would adjust the playthrough accordingly. Because if you haven't committed something to the Tree of Wisdoms, you can always break them up anyway. And hello, Starbright Knight. It's very good to see you. I'm so sorry to do this. I said I was going to do this at the end of the day, but I think I actually need to take a small break just to stretch my legs and get some replacement tea. But let me just make sure that I've caught up with chat. But yeah, so Erasmus, it's just to come down on the question that you had. Like, I kind of go, but as you can see in this playthrough, I go wide on this, partly just because of the specific, kind of messing around that I've been doing for this one, where I'm not committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. I generally like going broad because I'm coming from a position of ignorance in terms of trying to figure out what the different skills can do. But with that in mind, I will note that Inks of Containment, because I know that it makes Nillikant, if I were to find myself in a situation, or it also makes Solomon's Preparation, which I found very helpful. So with that in mind, in future playthroughs, particularly ones where I want Nillikant or where I feel that I'm going to need a lot of winter, I would definitely kind of err on the side of boosting up Inks of Containment a bit more than some of the other alternatives. And that's just because I particularly like that, that ability. But the trick is that how do I know what the crafting item is if I don't sort of go broad in the first place? So again, I'm trying to have it both ways with the answer here, but that's the most honest answer I can give you, because in the end, I haven't, I keep talking about these community-driven spreadsheets. I think that's good that they are there for people who want to use them. But the thing is that everything's already in the game's directory. There's no real secrets. If you really want to know everything ahead of time, you can find it without that much difficulty. And again, I've had that option since the beta, so it's not like it's not like I haven't been tempted. But to me, a large part of this is the exploration, and sometimes it's fun to just try and see how you can navigate through some tight spots. Like, for instance, here, I originally thought that maybe we wouldn't be able to make the sky go up to the level that we did, but then we found a flower we can make them eat. So, to me, this can be a fun little mini game in between the bigger mysteries. And so, trying to... Okay, actually... There is one last thing that I'll say. because this is actually a book that someone who worked on this game recommended to me. They recommended a book called Range. I've talked about it before, but they've recommended this book called Range, which I really enjoyed. And one of the things that I liked about it is it kind of feels like an antidote to the 10,000 hours sort of cult that's emerged. I didn't particularly care for Outliers, although I understand that a lot of people really do like Malcolm Gladwell stuff. But the drawback is that it does seem, between like Tiger Mothers and Outliers and 10,000 hours and this stuff, that people are putting a lot of pressure, particularly on kids, to specialize really, really early. And that book does a really good job of explaining why that can actually be quite harmful, how there is a benefit to sort of puttering around in a few different things and sort of having that opportunity to find out what you're like good at and what you like, and then take the time to do the specialized work. And again, I don't know how much that reading is going to be coming across in terms of the game here. I have to imagine that, anything that you read is going to just sort of sit in the background of your mind, and then, it shows up in weird ways. But I do actually kind of feel that when I play Book of Hours, there's something to that, right? I couldn't have told you what Sacrolamea does as opposed to Transformations and Liberations, and sometimes you can make a guess from the image. Sights and Sensations, you'll notice, is a lot like the other music-oriented ones. So like Drums and Dances is a unique one because it's heart. But the ones that give me music, I'm using the strings at the moment, but Applebright, Euphonies, the ones with Sky have a tendency to give you music because that is the aspect that's associated with music. But of course, Sights and Sensations has winter aspect, and of course there's these associations with painting and winter in Cultist Simulator. So even if you didn't have the image to go by, if you asked what the sky and winter aspect and skill was, probably you would imagine that it would be something that's maybe related to painting. So what is painting but silent music? So again, this is probably not a useful answer in terms of making you a better Book of Hours player. But for my own part, I like breadth enough to be able to sort of see what skills do cool things. And then at that point, I do want to put some points into leveling them up, ultimately because they are going to wind up having different keeper level recipes. But of course, the way that you find out about the keeper level recipes is by reading the texts and taking notes and thinking carefully about things. So even then, you're not wanting to lock into a specialization too early until you have an idea of what that thing's going to be. And then clearly, when you play the game the second time around, you're coming in with more knowledge than last time, and so you might want to do those specializations a little bit earlier. So. Anyways, hopefully the connection with Range was helpful. If not, all the more reason for me to get some tea and stop ranting at all of you. But I haven't seen Starbright Night stream in a while, but that might just be my hours that I'm keeping. I am going to take a couple of minutes to refill my tea and just generally shake the fuzz out. I'm getting close to the finishing time, but I think we'll go a little bit later tonight. And we will see if we can at least unlock one or two more difficult rooms, as well as make a fancy drink out of a toxin, no less. Anyways, I'll see you all in a little bit. All right. Sorry about the wait. Oh God, I didn't get the break sign up. So yeah, I saw I lost a few of you. Uh, I gotta vent for a second. I totally don't get why people need to express how they just don't get this game in comments. Um, quote, way overthinking flavor text and hindering game progression as a result. I'm all for being thoughtful with choices, but this is getting more than a little silly. Play how you want, but watching you shackle yourself for no good reason is getting pretty painful to watch. Um, I don't really need to deal with this stuff. Like, this is stuff that just I delete right away. I've gotten far worse comments before, but like, I know exactly what they're talking about. There was a chance for me to pick up a metal element of the soul um, in the YouTube playthrough, and the catch is that like if I can play the way that I want, why take the time writing a comment, admonishing me for playing the way that I want? um, so, if you don't want to read the text in the game that is, 180,000 words, that's your business. But I guess maybe that was considerably fewer than 180,000 words, and I really feel like I wasted my time reading that. Anyway, I was actually going to talk instead, just before I read that. At a couple of, so we were talking about writing the game in a notebook, and a coworker very thoughtfully gave me a notebook the other day. So I don't know how many of you are fond of Penguin classics, but I really like them because there's a lot of them, and they don't change the translations too much. They usually have some very good ones. So for Homer, I know they did I think there was like Evie Ryu and there was Richmond Lattimore, but the big one for me was Robert Fagel's. That was the first one I read, and particularly for the Iliad, Bernard Knox writes this really great introduction for it. You will understand Homer in a way that you never did before. They do look good in a bookshelf all lined up. And then I think Penguin also publishes the Modern Library, which tends to have very they're usually kind of older ones. So like I know for their Plato, it's like Benjamin Jowett, and there's certainly more, maybe a little easier to read Plato than that. But again, it depends on your taste. But they have like these really great photos on them, or they've started to use a little bit, actually art that looks a little bit more like this game now that I think of it. But yeah, no, the thing that I like about the Penguin Classics is that the translations don't change around too much. And so if you have like one from the 1950s or one from the 1990s, chances are it's the same book. But on top of that, because they've been publishing them for so long, you'll find them at used bookstores for a song. Like I've found some great classics for like $2 or $3 at a used bookstore, and that's Canadian, so that's that's nothing. But I commented because one of my coworkers had a notebook with the Penguin publishing logo on it, and I said, "Oh, that looks a lot like the publishing house," and she said, "It's like no, that it is." And I took a look, and sure enough, it is in fact Penguin, a Penguin Books notebook. Or I guess it's Penguin Random House is the full title now. And so what I found out about this is that, so she gave me one, which I thought was really nice. But what it turns out is that in China, there is a whole range of merchandise for Penguin Books So like tote bags and water bottles and teacups and things like that, which you just can't get in North America. So I was told that if I could put together a shopping list if I wanted more Penguin Books swag. I just happen to like the notebook, but I've got it with me here. I already have a notebook for Book of Hours, which is is nice. But on top of that, I think my last book purchase for a while, at least until another thing catches my eye, came in, and that is the Lloyd Gerson edited translation of Plotinus the Ennead. So that's going to be a nice companion to the Stephen McKenna one that I have. And for those of you that are fans of Book of Hours and such topics, that is definitely on brand for the game. And if anybody would like to know how that is related, I'm happy to share. But I did promise that I would actually make some gameplay. Do you have a favorite Penguin classic, Ellen Ripley? I know that's a terrible question to ask because there's so many of them, but I happen to know you are a word puncher by profession. Could you write the names again? Which names were those, Chunky Man Gamer? I'm sorry. Or are you talking about the the book that I got? Oh, so the book that was recommended to me that when I was talking about the skills, was that the one? Sorry, I'm being particularly thick, but I want to make sure I get this right. Oh, the books I just named. So Plotinus, the Enneads. I can show you the specific edition that I got, but that is definitely not an easy you may want to work your way up to that one if you're not super into ancient philosophy. But it does have a... Oh God, where is this thing? The hardcover is catastrophically expensive, but so that's the book that I just got. Oh, apparently they have it at Library and Archives Canada. What the hell am I buying it for then? So that's an ancient work of philosophy, which does actually have some bearing on what I think some of the topics of the secret histories are. In terms of the more general books, like the Penguin Classics, that's just a series. So I'm sure I can find their main website here. It's like, this is the overall series. You almost certainly will have seen them beforehand, but the specific one that I recommended was the Robert Fagel's translation of the Iliad because of Bernard Knox's introduction. Where are we? There's actually a very nice... well, that's interesting. I'm trying to find the edition I have. I mean, this is as close as I can get. It's probably better if you just do a search for Robert Fagel's The Iliad. But basically, you want the one with the introduction by Bernard Knox. It's a long introduction, but again, it is one that will leave you. To me, I was first of all incredibly impressed with the Iliad, having read that. Like there is just a level of depth that I never would have been able to appreciate had I not read that introduction. But I also just happen to like Fagel's translation. I also remember really liking his Sophocles. I think that was the first time I'd read Oedipus at Colonus, I think it is. But yeah, sorry. I know I talked about a bunch of different books there, Chunky Man Gamer, but I think those were the specific ones I mentioned. And then Range was the one I mentioned before. If you want me to look that one up, I can do that as well. But that was a bit earlier. But was that what you were looking for, or did I miss the point again? And sorry, I'm also taking a minute here. So we're at 9. I'm actually going to just start putting tick marks beside these things. So I've got our base sky, our 3 for the tool. We're about to get our memory 4. We've got the Faust. We've got the tea. I'm going to make them eat a flower. But if I make them eat a flower, that brings them up to 11. Right, 11, but the memory is going to be 4. So it's Trumpeter's Lily. There we go. Oops. I cannot talk to the flowers on their own. To put thy pale lost lilies out of mind. Fading flowers may provide inspiration. This will increase their aspects. I guess there's no real reason why I shouldn't be using the shaft at this point. I cried for madder music and for stronger wine. This has improved their aspects appropriately. Okay, so let's see. I may have to use the Tryst to get a... No, I can't get a memory, so... Liminal. We add the Glassfinger Toxin. There we go. Craft the Sacrament Asite. Induce a change in the toxin to make it more knock potent but safer. So I still have some Tryst kicking around. I think we will pick something up off from Crowcross Sands. What has the sea seeded today? It's going to be very sad if I misunderstood what the Ascendant Harmony provides. There we have it. A bright and ringing music which evokes the blue sweep of the lower heavens. I do really like the description of the particularly some of the music in this. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. And again, like the thing is, a lot of the ancient Greek stuff that I've been reading has largely been because of it's specifically been because of Old World, the Sacred and the Profane DLC. Introduced Neoplatonism specifically, but also, Neoplatonists. So Hypatia is a character in it. Ammonius Saccas is mentioned. Again, characters can get the Neoplatonist trait. So just, it's one of these things where I happen to do a couple of courses, in classical studies in university. Got to be a TA for a little bit on it. And I have most of my old textbooks. So I had a Neoplatonist reader, but it wasn't the full collection of Enneads, which I now have from that book. That's the first one that I linked in there. And I don't know, like it's very hard to see, the descriptions in terms of sky, wind, storm, echo, song, the intricacies of mathematics, and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. To see that, to see some of the stories of the Pythagoreans, and to see some of the descriptions of music in the game, it's hard not to see that kind of influence. And yet I don't know how much of that was a specific influence for the game and how much that might just be the influence of these thinkers in the Western tradition overall. Like, again, I don't mean to suggest I'm some sort of like Neo-Pythagorean, or I'm not some sort of, Platonist. Although it is, to a certain extent, I can see why it is a very seductive way of thinking, particularly if you like math. But it does make for some really cool writing. So yeah, it's very hard. Again, a lot of this could just be the effect of of it just kind of being on the mind, and I think also this is just a statement of the strength of the writing. But it is very hard for me not to look at this stuff and at least see echoes of it. And again, whether that's an echo of just the presence in the types of writing, whether or not that's just sort of its presence in, our traditions overall, or if there was a specific reference made. And I can see it going one way or the other, because I know Porphyry, the student and biographer, also a philosopher in his own right, but the one who's responsible for ordering the Enneads, he was explicitly mentioned in in some of the promotional material for Cultist Simulator while that was being made. And there is a substance called porphyrite, but the catch is that there's also a stone called porphyry. So who knows, right? I mean, that just means purple. So far as we can tell, that was the thinker's nickname. But it is definitely true if you want to look for the kind of the connection between this kind of writing and a game like Book of Hours. First of all, Neoplatonism did have a heavy influence in terms of thinkers of the Middle Ages. So you have mystics like Hildegard. So one example here would be, I don't know how much specifically a figure like Hildegard van Bingen, or von Bingen, I'm not quite, Hildegard of Bingen, let's say, would be in this. And she was an abbess. She was a musician. In fact, on Apple Music Classical, they've got this nice... Apple Classical has this nice way of sort of dividing composers, recordings, individual pieces. So I was listening to a lot of her stuff in sort of the lead up to Book of Hours. But, again, had visions, wrote down these mystical experiences. There's an image of sort of the universal man, and it's the sort of thing that you will see on... something that kind of looks like it's on occult writing. She was also a botanist, so obviously, the gardening and all of these things are relevant. But again, it's not like there was only one, abbess who gardened, right? It just happens to be, though, that she was a remarkably talented woman who also had, these mystical experiences. And so as a result, it winds up fitting rather well in terms of Book of Hours. So that's one way where these things sort of kind of connect. But in the other sense, and coming back to Cultist Simulator, a bunch of sort of the old secret societies were influenced by Neoplatonism, sometimes influenced by the rediscovery of these texts. And the text I mentioned before, Stephen McKenna, he was doing a translation before there was sort of like a sort of master manuscript that people were working from. But I mean, if you read that guy's biography, it reads like a Cultist Simulator character. He has a few different jobs, and he dedicates his life to the translation of of Plotinus's entire work. And he was Irish. He was largely responsible for bringing Plotinus to the larger public, and that includes William Butler Yeats, the poet and occultist. And in fact, so far as I can tell, William Butler Yeats actually had a bit of a tiff with Aleister Crowley, another very famous occultist. So, again, you start in Old World with the sacred and the profane and the introduction of, different religious movements, different philosophies. And then you start reading far enough, and if you go down that rabbit hole, whether you're looking at Wikipedia or the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, or you're just listening to the right podcast. I mean, for that was a combination of everything from Apple Music to having the wrong book mailed to me when I ordered something online. I just found this wonderful collision of these two games that I love very much, but I never would have assumed there would have been that kind of a connection for. But I mean, that's the reason why we read broadly, right? That's why I go broad on my skills. A sign outside the cell reads, "Warning, not to be spoken with nor looked upon. The protections that still hang in the air lend force to the injunction." Hopefully by the end of the stream you are all making good use of your library cards. Emmeline Ferris says, "I wanted to say thank you for watching your playthroughs. That has A, helped you get unstuck in certain areas, and B, to think outside the box when approaching a challenge." I really appreciate you saying that, Emmeline, especially because I actually saw a comment on one of the YouTube videos that was being really cranky about me, like going into detail about the lore and not taking an easy path, and like, to me that's the experience of the game. But the thing is that I'm getting a lot, I'm very grateful that the channel has gotten more attention as a result of Book of Hours, but it has resulted into a lot of people with very strong opinions about how the game should be played. And it can be very discouraging at times. So it's not just that I appreciate the comment, because I always appreciate comments like that, but it just so happens, and I feel like I owe it to you to say that I don't think your kind words could have come at a better time, because that is the main reason why I share games like this. As a chance to be able to help people, either share the experience and enjoy it, or if it results in somebody who maybe wouldn't have been able to enjoy the game in the same way, just get as you say, get unstuck. Maybe just give them that slight nudge instead of having them turn the game down. Like, that absolutely makes it worthwhile. So I would have been very grateful to see that comment regardless. But as it happens, you could not have chosen a better time to say that. So very, very sincere thank you for saying so, and I am glad that you stopped by to say that. In the name of the two blades that are one, of the threshold which has two sides. Sacrament Essite, back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the rites of the Horned Axe. So we're going to be feeding that to Timothy when we can. And hopefully that makes it kind of clear why I was keeping the Shapt aside, because we do need to give up quite a bit to be able to make the ichor and the drink, but it's absolutely worth it when we do. All right, the worm-inhabited cell. The occupant of this cell could not be allowed fresh air and exercise. It could not have been reasonably expected to leave the cell ever again, even while it wore human shape. But it could not be confined forever. In the end, somehow, it's found its way into the walls. Interesting. It's also kind of neat to see the difference in terms of the beds. So I'm assuming this is why everything's all sealed up. So midnight mark, a blemish left on a page or a skin by a careful incision or a judicious sting to preserve a little of the power of night. Stargall ink, an ink traditionally but only rarely made with meteoric iron, a minor ink of power. Whispering sand, white silver sand in which the voice of the waves lingers. And desiccated witchworms, nasty little things, but almost safe when they're dead. All right. So I wasn't expecting that we'd be able to head down. I thought we would have to move directly to the side. So a 13 knock or 13 edge, and a 12 knock or a 12 forge. A sign outside the cell reads, "Warning, do not insert keys without first invoking adequate authorization. The key is in the staff room, but I shouldn't turn it without invoking powers to provide a reasonable facsimile of authorization." And trapped cell, a sign outside this cell reads, "Warning, do not enter while safety measures are armed." It's kind of neat to see a little bit of a preview on the cells. I'm assuming this is Julian Cosley, but all right. So I guess I kind of have my work cut out for me, still trying to unpack the different packages. But I'll be honest, I'm not too unhappy with how this has turned out. So I haven't really... I mean, I guess I did do the one thing where I threw away something at the boathouse, but it didn't really seem to do anything that I couldn't have done at the beach. I'm probably not going to make any progress on the circumstance mystery, but we are up the knock. We are up the knock fluid. All right, a cloudy day. So I think I can kind of take it easy today, but let's I want to take a second and think about where I might be able to make the most of things. So yeah, so basically with Reverend Timothy, I need, let's say the Shaft and the Whist get set aside. Oh, this makes it really easy, actually. So I'm going to say that my Faust is my kind of my playground. So if we wind up with a traveler that's that winds up being helpful, we preserve the option. So that's sort of one element of the soul that's spoken for. And if it doesn't turn out, well, then that just means that I can use my Shaft to either boost up Reverend Tim. Oh, hang on, because I would need the Faust to get Reverend Timothy. Well, that's fine. We'll still see what we get today. I can always give up picking up something from Crocos Sands to open the packages. Maybe we'll do that. Do that today. But we are going to start by seeking out unusual help, because if there was one other thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to see if it was possible for me to read the Kukurbit prisoner records. So I have a 5-scale memory that I can use. So that's, what is that? So in that case, I would need another 7. So 6 when I use the health. Yeah, we can read that. But just is enough. And then it's knock scale in winter. Okay, I think in this case I'm not able to make things happen with the musician, but for completeness, let's just make sure. So if we've got 4 rows, 1 with the tool. I guess I'd get 2 from a memory. And I'm somehow going to get 5 from what? So what I would need to know is if I have another thing that I can give the musician. And I don't know that for sure. So rather than risk it, I am going to focus on boosting Reverend Timothy for the day. So first of all, we'll speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. We will then move over to the librarian's quarters, where I keep my special book. So I don't know if I've actually tried to see if I can read this book again, but I need to add Erica Payan. Knock a familiar passage. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And then the shaft is spoken for. So the question is, do I want to go beachcombing or do I want to open the containers? I think this time I'm going to open the containers. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Education or beguilement? I suppose the other option is for me to read the scale text, but maybe I'll leave that for... I think I'll leave that for another time. I'll clear out the inventory here, because this may wind up giving me more options. Like if I get another jam, for instance, I may be more willing to give up my existing jam. Now I think I'm going to wait the 3 seconds to make sure I actually get the memory I think I'm getting. So yes, inescapable confinement. Have a casual chat about that. Exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. Yep, that sure looks like a Super Timothy to me. But I think I've messed up the numbers somehow. Okay. Yes, I am a dummy. So he has one knock, not two. So one knock is one knock and a 5 memory is 6, plus the shaft is 8, which we currently have. So that's fine. We can still get what we need, but I just need to be a little bit more careful in future. For instance, actually looks like we got past the worst of it. So just as well I made the choice that I did. So maybe the smartest thing for me to do, even though I am kind of curious what's in these cells, I think maybe I will go for the more challenging task first. So let's grab the rector. A nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. And given that we know we've got Timothy to the level that we need him, we will check out the contents. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. And again, we won't worry about the passing musician. Alright, down to the Grussians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. I did kind of want to finish off the nocturnal section, but I don't know. It feels good to clear out the high level areas. After all these years, the fountain in this hall is blocked. It's not a surprise. A little more surprising is this. The blockage appears to be mostly snakes, a great many snakes. This, no doubt, is why we have seen so few rats. Umbrus oil. Cater and Heroes first grade Umbrus oil. So not something that would replace the oil that we used with the engineer, but still not a bad find. As I said before, I kind of want to just clear out the inventory. I can always go beachcombing another time, so who threw this overboard? And to the question earlier about the, unlimited fabric, as you can see, every once in a while you do get packages that wash up on the shore. So I don't know if fabric comes from that. I don't know if there's another way that people get fabric. I haven't been too fussed about it personally, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is the way that you can renew certain, certain items over time. All right. What have we here? It gets really nice underground. Narthex. If you are a pilgrim to the Abbey of the White Crow, you'd purify yourself here. You didn't want to track profane Demonian mud or alien Mare Britannicum salt into the holy precincts, or unclean thoughts, especially not unclean thoughts. The priestesses here were a little more merciful than the hours they served, but only a little. Who threw this overboard? Never call it whale vomit. Apparently Monstro threw it overboard. We're running out of places to put this. Okay. So, we have got Atlantic Amber, Sunset's Colors, Pine's Blood. Aglyphotis Scented Candle. A Widow's Candle. A Viper Egg. Sea Glass. Ava's Locks. Not symbol. I do like how the symbols show up. Like, it's not huge, but just all the little details present in the oh, here we go. Here a pilgrim would bathe, make offerings, or drown as they might. Oh no, we did read this before. But you've got the eye sign in the rock. You've got the Curia symbol in the, I guess that's a baronial room, but right. Trying to think some of the other places. I mean, Sol Invictus sign, but that's referred to later on. There was one other really noticeable one. I'm trying to remember where it was. Anyways, you get the idea. Again, the more, like, I think what I'm trying to say is I do really admire how this game, even when it comes to the rooms, right? And again, it's the difference in terms of what you want to get out of a game and, what kind of player you might be. But just like how when you read the text, you can, you can read it once, and then you learn a little bit more about the game, and then you read it again, and you you gain a greater understanding of it, or you read about Thurza Blake. Maybe the first one the first one we wound up reading, actually, I think, was Advice on Containment. But then Exorcism for Girls, and then we find out, who was responsible for the financial hardship, and then we get to see Thurza Blake in a statue. And it's just one of these things where at each of these phases, you have a little bit more that you've built up in the library of your mind. And for me, at least, this is a big appeal of the game. And again, I mean, not everybody is going to want to read the words, and likewise, sometimes these are just pretty pictures, but it is kind of fun, right? When you take a look at the different symbols, who do you recognize in terms of images? What does that mean in terms of the sister of the dog? Oh, actually, I remember one of the eyes I was referring to. It's specifically this eye, because it talks about the eye elegabline, the controversial variant of the Watchman's eye. So even then, right, you have little details in terms of controversies that exist within this world, and its different different factions, different beliefs, which I think is I find this stuff kind of fun, right? Like, I certainly do not have a detailed understanding of the world of the game, but it is definitely one I like sort of rolling around in my head, because in the end, those tend to be the source of some of the out-of-the-box kind of solutions. If you get an intuition, if the answer comes to you in a dream while you're playing the game, or after playing the game, you've been playing it right. All right, so as usual, we're gonna take a quick peek and see what we can get for unusual help. I don't think I'm gonna get Reverend Timothy for this time, but I am going to try and make a Glassfinger toxin. And I guess it doesn't really matter what book I read. You know what? Let's just see what comes out of the Sweet Bones. Trying to think of other liquids that I might be able to use in the preparation of the Glassfinger toxin. I guess with sufficiently high knock, I can just throw an Eigengrau in or something like that. We certainly have more than a few of those running around. I also think the Mistkissed water is pretty good for... Actually, we have a cup of that up by the telescope, I think. Yeah, that gives us 2 knock. Mind you, we don't exactly want to just go running to the... I don't think the Surrealist Painter helps me this time. Yeah, so 11 scale, forge. Definitely taking advantage of this in spring. But I don't see... Unless I want to try and get fancy with the rose, but I don't quite think I'm there yet. I think I'm going to hold out for a moon. So, let's go... There's nothing... Okay, I'm going to read the text. And then I guess I'll read Advice on Containment. It feels kind of... I don't know, it feels a little weird to be reading this very powerful textbook for regular memories, but I'm certainly not gonna turn it down for that. As far as the next step, let's maybe use the whist with the pattern. We need to keep the shaft aside for... Yeah, but we can go beachcombing. Although I should also get some tea at some point. In-game, not in the in person. In person, I'm already sorted for tea. I'm a dummy. I'm curious. I really like the description of Ericapean. There's definitely a lot of the made-up languages I think are kind of neat, but this one's probably my favorite of the invented ones that I've encountered in Book of Hours. Does anybody have a favorite of their own, or am I just captured by Weather Factory when it comes to details like this? I suppose one shame here is that we're not going to be making use of the sunny day, but again, it's a question of priorities. Okay, gonna need to remember to put on another pot. That looks like our last one, actually. So I'm definitely going to want to keep an eye on my Cater and Hero supply, because that right now has been how I make the Glassfinger toxin. I'm going to need to find an alternative. Well, not really, actually. I could use any tea, but or sorry, any liquid. Oh no, we've got plenty. Okay. So this is going to be going into a book reading. So Cucurbit Prisoner Records, 1928. Accounts by Governor Collar's private secretary of interventions and experiments in his last years of in the last years of the Cucurbit prison, focusing particularly on the hill children, wild wood things that have found a shape in the physical world. So we
I would never want to belong
Pandora Carp, thank you very much for the follow. Was it really Horns and Ivories was my best one? Right, because Hill and Hollow was... Yes, that one has Primary Moon. So then we add the Health for the 11, and then the Hourglass will tilt me over the edge, or the Serpent-style glass. Carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads, to the librarian Gravinius, in earnest of our wager. I can master this mystery, enough scale to match mystery scale. So while we're reading the texts here, like in this case, everything's just sort of, we're crafting, we're doing our thing. Now is actually not a bad time for me to, well, we'll wait a few seconds to see what comes from the beach. But now would not be a bad time for me to see if there are maybe a few other books that I'm able to read now that I have some higher skills. Oh, for instance, Medusa's Lament. But that was a 14, not a 12. So that's an example of a book that's currently too difficult, although I guess that depends on what kind of skills we get. I meant to put that one back there. Okay, so in the too hard pile, 1,000 threads. So we have the 7 from Tridisma Hyra. And then we get another 1, so we get 8 with the spice. Okay. So yeah, this is one I would probably need to take a flyer on. I am going to just double check that I don't have a higher level grail. I'm wondering if there's something from the there's that Glassfinger toxin. I'm wondering if there's one of those melodies, or the melodies that I haven't crafted yet. But yeah, right now, the best that I've got would be two grail from either the weather or from a memory. So, oh, oh, hang on. I think I've. No, this is a different book, but something called a Singlefoot, a horned mountain dweller, is brought back from some kind of embassy to the Grove of Green Immortals. Collars expresses his irritation that Gervenius Van Loren refuses to assist in its containment. The Singlefoot somehow conjures an earthquake that cracks the tower and enables its escape. Collars determines that it should not have been permitted to dream while kept beneath the earth. It had access to sufficient scale aspect to use its arts of hill and hollow. Okay. To develop an old moment into an earthquake name. He mandates above-ground confinement for all hill children prisoners in the future. So in terms of the old questions about... So there's obviously some debate about who... or about the status of Scale, Sky, Moon, Nectar as... and Rose as proper principles. And then, of course, there's the question, why isn't there secret histories? And in... Now, why are these gray? Oh, because they're fatigued. Fair enough. There is something rather interesting, though, that it says that it mentions an earthquake name. Now, you know, does this really settle the matter? No, but it certainly seems to be pushing a little bit more towards them behaving like we would see. So, you know, if earthquake may not be an hour, but the idea of an earthquake name, you know, certainly we've run into names before. So, I don't know, something for me to think about. I am, however, going to make a note of the Cougar prisoner records for its salt memory. So that's certainly going to give me something to work on in terms of generating some memories. But again, I'm certainly not unhappy at the prospect of trying to level up my character, particularly with regards to scale, which I think we've hit our limits for, but we can definitely move higher up. Ah, there is a Nectar version of one of these. So we can get 6, 7... We can get up to 9. Excuse me for the sneeze. But yeah, we'd have to get very lucky to wind up with 12. 12 rows. We're actually quite short on rows. Edge looks like it's something I should be able to do, but with Auroral Contemplations, we've got 6. We've got 7 with the tool, 9 with the memory, and that still leaves us 5 short. So it feels like we should be able to read a lot more of these, but when you actually take a look at what I've got, this one may be an exception. So 8, 9 with Tryst, 10 with the... yeah. This is a maybe. Another visitor. Okay. And then I also want to see what the deal is with the Book of the White Cat. So sights and sensations. So we can go up to not... Actually, this is one... We may be able to read the Book of the White Cat now that I think of it. Because we already know Frisian. So sights and sensations gives me 8. The fife gives me 11. Faust gives me 12. Yeah, so we either need a storm or we need a... we need to craft sufficiently powerful sky memory, but we definitely can read this. I'm going to want to make sure I have my ducks in a row before I do that, but unlike these other ones, which are kind of a probabilistic statement, this is one that's actually certain. But I'm going to focus on Hill and Hollow first. So that's at level 4. So we are going to turn it into... we need 4 and then 5 moon and scale memories. Let's see what the weather brings first. Unless a meteorite is about to strike. Okay. Might be something... I didn't exactly want to do this, but given that we have a higher level of edge... I'd still need to come up with another 6, and I don't have elements of the soul for that. I also don't have any very edgy drinks. I still don't think it hurts, because again, we're still only looking to... I'm still only looking for 4 elements of the soul. So if we say the Faust is given up to... yeah, no, this makes sense, because if the Faust is given up to see who I can hire, these 4 are used to generate the memories that I need for Hill and Hollow, and the health is the one that's used to upgrade it. And then, of course, if I wind up with a skill that I want, then we replan the day. Seek unusual help, what visitors might be passing through. I do think, though, I'll say I won't stand on ceremony and just see... actually, you know what? There's no harm in waiting, because what we're probably going to do is just take these 4 and turn them into memories. So if we lose the first minute of the day, I think we'll have enough time to be able to read a book and then spend 30 seconds leveling it up, and then we do the same thing the next day. Although that day I may not use the Faust to go to the Sweet Bones, because we will need to spend some time to level things up. Now, one reason I'm also doing this is that, again, I'm not expecting Numa to hit us. But the last thing that I want to do is put everything into reading something like the Book of the White Cat, only to then wake up and find, oh, surprise, it's Numa, and you're sitting on like 7 lessons or something like that. This is the highest level that I've seen. Oh. Visitor interested in an Omen of Dawn. I don't think... The story has no beginning or end. Arbitrarily, one chooses that moment of experience from which to look back or from which to look ahead. Graham Greene. This incident has seen its full complement of visitors and is concluded. There will be an interval before the next incident when visitors will seek general consultation. So, just a reminder, this was the affair of the Unfettered Eye. Masana, a prosperous little desert village, has become in recent years a place of pilgrimage. There have been peculiar manifestations there of late. Villagers gifted with sight or struck blind. The church has dispatched its representatives to investigate. Visitors with an interest in lantern mysteries will want to talk about this. Corso determined that the manuscript the church had given him to authenticate with its details of the prophecy of the Unfettered Eye was a forgery. Serena, after her visit to Brandkrug, Dr. Blackwood strongly suspected that the cause of the Messana business was not a name of the watchman, but a name of the chandler. Douglas Moore, D.I. Moore, remained uncertain about the events in Messana, but promised to mention to the Bureau that I'd been of assistance. Fraser Strathcoyne, decided with some regret that the events in Messana had nothing to do with his own recurring dreams of eyes, and Arthur Moore, Lieutenant Moore, came to believe that the miracles in Messana might mean the second dawn was near. When the world changes, he observed, it will change all at once. Now I'm hoping that we can get a cool language out of this. Alright, so nothing too special going on here. I'm going to go crazy with some scale and moon knowledge. Kick things off at the Vagabond desk with 108. So that gets me a confounding parable. We want Dairies Book 3 for a contradiction. Our favorite exorcism for... Oh, I should have used... Oh no, we've already done that. Okay. Exorcism for girls for the fear. And then I think the prisoner records will get me... Yeah, salt will get me moon. God, where was it? Okay, so not the most dramatic... not the most dramatic turn, but not everything needs to be a barn burner. Welcome back, Signor Corso Reverte, manuscript hunter, legacy scavenger, mercenary. Many would question his ethics, few would deny his acuteness, and he understands Hyksos. I will understand it too. Nothing in particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. So we talk to him about a tally value, tutoring Hyksos. A visitor can teach me the rudiments of the sly language. After tutoring you, the visitor will leave, even if they arrived on other business. So I don't exactly need more tally value. We're still good for the 5. But what I'm most interested in on this, of course, is the ability to add a few more texts to my readables. I know this is not the most not the most in-character way of reading all the books, but rereading the books is less of a moment than reading them in the first place. So here we go. So again, the logic behind this is that on the off chance that we get hit by Numa, next season, we have a very credible claim to being able to manage Hill and Hollow to the we would be able to use that lesson before it goes away. And that would be sort of my justification for not using, not using the opportunity to read the books. Like these books are going to be around. I'll be able to read them at my leisure. I will probably do the Book of the White Cat first, just because I do sort of want to see what a book that powerful looks like. Um, but yeah, for the most part, I think at this point I'm going to make sure, just given the overall difficulty of the books that I'm reading, I kind of want to make sure that I have everything. I kind of have everything in order before I commit to a more difficult one. And again, it's just because there's a chance that I'm going to be getting not just multiple lessons, but I'm going to be getting multiple lessons for a skill that I have a high level of. So like a good example would be if I get 3 lessons for Tridesma Hyra, like what do I do with that? So, you know, I'm not too worried about something like that happening, but it's a prudent way of making the most of my elements of the soul. It does mean there are days where I don't wind up opening more rooms, so you know I am very curious about these cells. You know, Timothy can't get me everywhere, so part of this is also just a wait for spring, because in spring we're going to be able to take advantage of the fact that we have quite a bit of scale. Actually, maybe we'll take a minute to game that out. So if I were to use a minor for scale, so we have the 2 base, we've got 5 from the memory, 1 from health, and then 1 from the tool. 7, 8, 9. So we've got an 11 scale challenge and a 13. So I figure it can't be that hard to come up with 2 more scale. I know the mackerel will give us 1. Oh, mackerel will give us 2, okay. Now the catch is I don't know about higher level scale for other things. Alright, I've learned enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. You can also use and improve this like any other skill. The Shepherd Kings brought this speech west from Canaan to use in their wards and snares. Had they never come to Egypt, they might never have found a way to write it. Given its addictive qualities, that might have been for the best. Skolakosophy. And it's a Grail language. Cool idea for a language, but I still think I like Aracapan. So no luck with Deep Mandaic, unfortunately, but we've got the Ascendant. I'm pretty sure we can read that. Oh yeah, definitely, because Hyksos will also give me some edge. Okay, rainy day. I don't think we're going to be able to do much with that, but you never know. Okay, let's I'm going to take a minute here just to figure out where we're at with these books. So the Ascendant, so we need 10 edge. We have to include the language, so that would be yeah, so we definitely get 1 edge there. So we're actually starting with 7. Now we don't have edge for an element of the soul. But if we're up to 7, we can get a memory to 9, and then we just add the Cucurbit Barrette, which will bring us to 10. So this one goes near the front. I keep calling it Secret Histories, but it is in fact Rose. So Rose I am much less certain about. Again, we don't have Fet, so we don't have an element of the soul to throw at it. Is it really Sea Stories? That's my... Oh, okay, yeah, because Snow Stories doesn't have Rose. I'm still going to go from the top to the bottom because I refuse to believe that I'm this weak on... Well, whether I refuse to believe or not, I am probably that weak on Rose. Is it really 3? Yeah, Path and Pilgrim and Preliminal Meter. What a drag. Okay, so, with that in mind, memory gives me 5, Lunar Globe gives me 6, but that's nowhere near the 10 that I need. So yeah, my Rose is actually my current, that's kind of my current, block, I sort of feel. Okay. So I think the plan here was going to be I'd put everything into leveling up Hill and Hollow today. And I think I'm going to stick with that. I'm not sure how I'm going to divide the attention between reading, because like maybe we'll read the 2 books and then we'll go back to putting our attention somewhere else. Because these are actually, you know what? I'll put these in the Oh, you know what? If I think about it, because it's a rainy day, technically this is the time I should be reading 1000 Threads. Oh, I'm so annoyed with myself for doing this, but yes, Fectry's Herbery is my new best friend. So the reason why it's a good time for me to read this Grail text is because I have rain, which counts as both a memory and as weather. So, again, it's one of these things that you don't think about if you know, like it's not that hard to get this game to a point where you find it relatively easy to do most tasks, but when you find yourself very constrained in terms of the actions that you can take, all of a sudden you care a lot about this stuff. And in this particular case, the fact that it's raining means that if there is an opportunity for me to... So there's the just random mood strikes you and it improves your Grail. Great. If you get asked for a memory, you can use the rain for that. But on top of that, there are weather-specific events. So if I get an element of the soul, that doesn't help me. Things probably help me. Wall art probably helps me. And then, you know, just the random, you know, moods. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, right? That's kind of the nature of those. But with that in mind, I think I'm still going to try and go for the Hill and Hollow. That means I got to pay some money at the Sweet Bones, but we've got £2 and spring is coming, so we'll have another note before too long. So Moon and Scale. Now, obviously, we're not worrying about boosting up Reverend Timothy, but that's because we have books that we can read. So Confounding Parable for 1. I don't think I can use anything in here now. I guess I could use the health. Actually, come to think of it, I guess it doesn't really matter. I can use the Tryst either way. So get the Contradiction. I switched from the Wayne Scott Histories to Deoris Volume 3, but it doesn't matter what book it comes from, it just matters that you get it. I might have worked myself into a corner with the desks. Oh no, hang on. Collar's desk will probably save me. Cool. So I definitely should read Wrapped in the King, because if nothing else, I can just keep the Omen for something else. Fire Circle Tantra will get me intuition. Again, the rain is only going to be a chance, but a chance is better than nothing. All right, so that's a start. Maybe I'll sort these by language now, if I can. That's as close as I'm going to get it. Okay, again, I'm kind of rushing through these just because I know my tendency to sort of forget where I'm at in terms of a level up. So we will take Hill and Hollow. And where are we? Okay, so I actually only need one more. No, I don't even need one more. I actually just need elements of the soul, one for the Grail text, and then the other for pulling this whole thing off. So, first thing we're going to do is use our tryst at the Sweet Bones. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is winter, and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones, with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Now, if I really wanted to get clever about this, I would probably get yet one more element of the soul so that I can keep the earth sign. But honestly, I don't need to. These things exist to be used, right? Like, it's more I'm making the most of an element of the soul to get this on the days when I do pick them up. There's no advantage to just kind of keeping one around for the sake of keeping one around. Better now. All right. And then we will use the FOSS. There's a small reason why I'm using FOSS here, just because if it does wind up as a malady, I'm not losing the advantage of it. It is winter and storms. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I'm sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. So let's get that Hill and Hollow leveled up. At last, I'm something of an authority in this. Improve this skill to level 6. This, of course, will also be, this will be a reason for me to take a quick look at some of my other scale texts. Okay, so we're at 6 scale, which is, yeah, 1 more than Horns and Ivories, so I don't think that's going to move the needle. But let's just double check. So we have 6 from Hill and Hollow, 7 from our health, 8 from a tool, and then I guess that's 13 from the memory. Better now. So 13 or higher scale is achievable. Yeah, so 14 sort of remains a nice to have, and I'm gonna guess that we've cleaned out the scale texts in the 2 hard pile. A lot of rows. But that's not surprising, we've always struggled with rows. So, only one more thing to do. I really need to be more thoughtful in what elements of the soul I free up. Because I've done this to myself before. Oh, thank God. Okay, the reading room desk covers me. So we're up to 10. We then go to... Yeah, so we need 12 with 1,000 threads. We add Kilisimi. Unfortunately, that is a winter language. Well, winter and moon, but... So, Grail Frustration or Temptation. Perhaps you provided Grail, but not enough to match Mystery Grail. If you are lucky, you might still succeed. The Fate Supplications of the Matriarch of the Well, recorded by in darkness by her weavers and her daughters. So what we're relying on here is either a wall art, a thing, a weather, or a memory. And we get 3 draws from that. I mean, there is also the chance that just the mood strikes me, but you never want to rely on those. Those are... There's nothing you can do to prepare for them. So, you know, our chances are better than most of the texts that we're going to take on, but certainly they are, I'm not holding my breath, let's say. As far as tomorrow's plans are concerned, I think my first priority is going to be the Book of the White Cat, unless something big happens in terms of the memories. I might even sort of put progress on hold to be able to read The Ascendant. And again, it's just because at this point it is a pretty special thing when we wind up with a book that we can read. But again, you never know. It kind of, it depends on the mood. Cool, we got it. These are soul, so those won't help me, but we only need one of those to turn in our favor. There is actually a way you can sort of plot out the probabilities of these things, but I just don't see... Like, for some games, I find it kind of fun to do. Other games, you know... Like, I don't know, this isn't the game... Clearly, I'm in a minority, it feels like, on this, but I don't feel like this is the sort of game where you sit down and you... like, you plan out in the sense of, here's the optimal path through it, right? You go through it and you record information that's useful. So, like, you may wonder, like, where would the line be, right? Where do you sit down and write out a spreadsheet, or where do you write out a note? Well, for me, the spreadsheet is sort of me as a player doing what my character is doing, which is, you know, cataloging the books and getting a rough idea of their contents. The same way that you'll have classifications in a library, certain call numbers will give you access to certain types of book. And so I do have the option of, and in fact, one of my playthroughs, I am putting all of this, putting all of the books on different shelves related to the memories that they give, as opposed to the different aspects that they have. But I suppose the catch here is that if I'm going to have multiple saves that I'm jumping between, depending on, what day of the week it is and whether or not I'm streaming, that's really hard to keep all of the books straight in your mind. I definitely have different cataloging systems for different playthroughs. So for stream, I'm happy to keep my spreadsheet because it's the spreadsheet that I've been using for all of the live streams. For the YouTube series, that's something I did specifically for YouTube, and it's kind of fun to see what the library winds up looking like when I try and do things based on the type of memory. So anyways, the fate supplications of the matriarch of the well, recorded by In Darkness by her weavers and her daughters. The well is long choked with rubble and ashes, the matriarch long gone. She predicted her own end even as these supplications were recorded, but their power remains. Speak these supplications before an altar whose roots have drawn from a sacred spring. Perhaps another root will rise towards daylight. Sounds a little bit like Tridisma Hyra. Yup. So that is well, yeah, no, this still feels like this is the closest candidate to an altar that's being described there. But man, that means I am potentially trying to turn this into a level 9. I'm not going to complain about it, but it's going to be a challenge. We're now up to 143 entries in the texts sheet. All right. So I'm happy for this, but it does mean that I've got a lot of work ahead of me. I think I erased the Grail and Moon. Oh, shame on me. All right, sorry. I'm just gonna take a minute here to write all this out, because this is one where I need to have all my ducks in a row for sure. I'm gonna need 7 and 8. So interestingly enough, out of the books that I've read, I've got 7 memories that would satisfy Grail or Moon, but to get this thing to the top level, I actually need 1 more memory. So, the next fun bit is I need to figure out which of the considerables gives me a Grail memory. So I think what I'm going to do tomorrow, depending on what the weather does, because obviously if we get Moon or Grail weather, that that helps too. But I think what I might take some time, with tomorrow is not worrying so much about getting the memories required. Again, if we think we've got the opportunity, so much the better, right? If I think I can come up with 7 memories off of 5 elements of the soul, why not? The Deaths of the Moon and 8 Moth, an historical tract of various forms of survival after death. 3. So this is going to leave me a little light for language lessons, but I'll take it. Okay, so this is actually good news here. The Gale doesn't help me with any of my immediate needs. Like, sure, okay, maybe I can use it to, make a more powerful song. Oh. Well, there might be something I can do with that. But what I am going to do is I'm going to start putting my hands on everything in Hush House. So let's start by considering the lingering repose. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Upholstered in a velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. So this is something that I used to do a lot at the start of the game, and I have done less of because I just have a more reliable way of getting memories. And this is very true to my character as a person as well as in the game, in the sense that I have gone for a lovely walk, and I've gone for a lovely walk with my head in a book. I do not necessarily take the time to stop and smell the roses. Scrutiny. Carved on the back by the maker. Be with me a little while. Hearts and flowers have also been carved by an unauthorized but skillful hand. Okay, so the lingering repose has touch. And this is so at this point, I think the likelihood of us being able to sort of make something of the day, or like in terms of the Tridisma Hyra, is much lower. But that doesn't mean that there aren't things that we can do. So my hypothesis here is that there are going to be memories for each. There are going to be memories for each sense. So I believe the sight one is lantern. So I'm not gonna I won't look at paintings, but I figure maybe we can try the flowers, and that might give us scent for starters. I'm gonna leave the Faust aside. Let's start with Shapt actually. Oh nope, I don't want to dissect the flower. Okay, so what? Yeah, I guess it would have to be a comfort. Paradise Palm? Surely we can do better than that. Interesting. Drink the stuff. This will consume the beverage. If it's a whole bottle, consider serving it first. Well, I don't really want to... Well, maybe I do want to drink it, but let's maybe try something renewable first. Analyze the substance, nothing will remain. Okay, wow, they really want us to... Well, here's one thing that I can do. Let's see what happens if drinking a glass of water. Drink the stuff. This will consume the beverage. If it's a whole bottle, consider serving it first so that you don't drink the whole thing. It looks like I've used up my water, so like I said, this is a day for exploration. It's been a while since I've been able to do something like this. So normally I would have, tried something with the altars and such, but this is the time for me to see if I can find some considerables that that accomplish something that I'm otherwise incapable of doing. All right, taste. Every sweet has its sour, Emerson. Great. So, we only have one of those, but this got me what I needed. So, I'm pretty sure with sight that's the wall art. So I'm trying to think about where I would get scent. I guess it would still be the flower, but... So as a starter... Again, it's kind of a question of how I want to spend the rest of the day, because I'm not expecting to... So I suppose if I was smarter, I would have used the Shapt to make another toxin. But let's start by reading Wrapped in the King, because that at least gets me an omen in the pocket. Ah, yes, I know what I'm doing. So Wrapped in the King. Now, I rather foolishly used up my heart. But I was rather hoping to use this in an instrument. Oh, yes, I have a very specific instrument that I have to use it with, actually. So, I think I'm going to have to pay to get my heart back. Okay, that was a blunder on my part, but that's fine. So let's go pick up some goodies. And we'll work a day at the Sweet Bones. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So yeah, the I didn't try to move up this one just because, again, I'm really I really have my work cut out for me in terms of getting the relevant memories. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same trick that I did the last time I wanted. Where did I use my heart? Oh, right. No, that's not it. Oh yeah, sorry, I used my heart to drop the water. That was still a good call. But yeah, what I want to do is I'll bring in Reverend Timothy so that we can keep talking with him. And in the meantime, I'll get things like the confounding parable, the beguiling melody, everything that I know I can't get from a conversation. And then following that, I will an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. And there's the water. So again, I do want to try and make something of the day, so it is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I'm sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Yep, but I don't need to worry about the other plants. There's lots of plants that shine, but what I was looking for was taste. Oriflammes, thanks you for your custom. So we're down to Bronze Spintra. We've got the Deaths of the Moon. We should be able to read that without anything else. Although, again, we're not going to move on. But yeah, so just if it wasn't clear, Temp Mind, what I was trying to do, I have a rough idea. So again, I haven't necessarily seen this up front, but basically my guess is that because I have run into a site and we've got a touch and a taste, that there is also going to be a... sorry, I also had a sound with the Hush House key. But because it cost me an element of the soul, and it looks like a lot of these wind up being consumed, what I was specifically looking for was something that would be related to leveling up Tradesma Hyra. Now, sure, there's the possibility that... So I'm going to guess that sight is lantern. Less clear what scent would be. It could be moon, it could be nectar. I don't see it would be sky. Sound is actually heart, so... But whatever it winds up being... I've kind of... All I really needed to do was find that 8th memory that would allow me to level it up. And so in this case here, it's better for me to use the elements of the soul to gain other information that I needed. And in this case, this is exactly what I'm going to do. So there was a reason why... Wait, did I not read Paulo and Marsyas? Am I actually that foolish? I think I made a big boo-boo. Um, I really didn't want to spend more money, but yeah, I do need one more. I do need one more heart, and I don't have it on any of these. Okay, well, that's a shame. And in fact, it may tie up the heart into the next day, but it's definitely going to tie up the heart into the next day. This is an expensive bit of education I'm giving myself. But I also think it'll be worth it. So what I'm trying to do here is learn what this drums memory is, and if that winds up opening up another like opportunity, you know, like if I get I don't know, just the crazy version. Let's say it's a four heart memory. Effectively, that means that I mean, there's nothing that gets opened up immediately off of that, but it does mean that there are potentially more books that I can read, or there are potentially some rooms that I can open. But yeah, I don't see a situation where I have this health at the start of the next day. We'll still make it work, but I'm gonna feel pretty crummy about it. This is the least efficient drum solo ever performed, but like I said, it serves a specific purpose. Drum up a heart music. Drums and dances of the scholar level plus instrument creates Thunderskin's Paean. Or Pan, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it. So that's 90 seconds. That's going to take us through the night, but what it does do is it gives me information that I can add into the spreadsheet. And like I said, at some point, I want to go in and not just fill in the potential gaps that, you know, are at least highly suggestive of being sort of the same recipe as others. But I also want to see if there's maybe some gaps that I've left in there that can be solved easily with the liquids. Another gale, all right. So that doesn't help me with the task at hand, but there is definitely stuff that we can do. So we are gonna take a shot at leveling this up, and it's kind of all hands on deck in terms of getting everything red. So we'll start with a beguiling melody. So that's Skeleton Songs. Oops. Confounding parable comes from 108. Now, and the other one on my list was contradiction, so that one I'm okay with because I don't believe we get contradictions from conversations with Reverend Timothy. And I'll go for salt. Alright, so Journal of Thomas de Wolfe should provide salt. Or the Kukrivit prisoner records, which is a little easier to find. Okay, so our first target's going to be to restore the heart, or no, restore the Faust. All right, Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So moving on, we will renew our Faust in the Sweet Bones. And I may pour a glass of water so that I can restore my heart as well. We're still 37 seconds away on that, so we'll finish just around the time of these other readings as well. And if we're lucky, we'll get a heart or a moon out of the item that we wind up making, but we don't. The main thing here is I want to build a turn that actually accomplishes the goal without sort of relying on some sort of stroke of luck, right? Because you have to have all the memories in one go. There's no way around it. So you work with what you've been given, and if you get one ahead, well, that just means that I don't need to spend more money. Okay, so that is in fact a grail. Nice, a song of joyous sacrifice, and it's got scale. So that does mean I'm ahead of where I thought I would be. I'm still gonna restore the heart, but it puts me in a slightly better position. Maybe a bit much. I had a kind of a suspicion it would be because the other one gave 4. So basically, with one, like with the sky one you get 4 sky, with the heart one you get 4 heart. So effectively we have the ability to make a storm, the equivalent of a storm, provided we're willing to use an element of the soul for it. And that's good because of course you can only use one element of the soul for a helper, and so it makes sense to to convert. Like this is kind of an interesting idea of production. Like one thing I've been thinking about a lot is how in some ways the business sim sort of feels like one of the oldest game genres. And I know this is the sort of thing that, whenever I try and say something like this, there's always 5 or 6 people that jump out and it's like, no, you're wrong. And I'm like, of course, contradiction is always the sign of a very interesting person. But there is it's a framework that works so well, right? Like, so if you imagine everything is a factory, right? And if you're a mathematician, you'll imagine everything's a function. But a lot of people, think of factories, right? And it's like you take one input and you turn it into an output. And in the end, this what the librarian is doing, right? You've got your elements of the soul, you've got your capabilities as a person, and what you're doing is you are interacting with all of these different crafting stations to produce other things that will help you throughout the day. And in often case, it winds up being memories for us, but it can also be drinks. It can be, inks. There's lots of different ways. I think it's kind of neat. One of the things that I am appreciating more and more about the Weather Factory games is there's a certain amount of elegance in how it represents what would normally be quite complicated ideas. And I don't always fully appreciate just how clever some of it is until I'm sort of like really in the middle of it, and then I sort of wake up and realize, oh, actually, yeah, that is a really smart idea. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, because we know we need the moon for we need the moon for the overall improvement. I'm going to use that in bed, and that's because I should have access to an element of the soul. We need 2 more elements of the soul, so that's about 2 minutes worth. So I can maybe bring up, well, actually it's Grail, so it has to be Trist. But yeah, basically it'll take me a minute to get 1 memory, and then the second memory, if I absolutely have to, like that's assuming I've got nothing else from Reverend Timothy. I can get the other one from the Sweet Bones. Maybe what I'll do is I'll recover Shapt. Yeah, if I recover Shapt, then I should be able to... Well, no, I need another memory to... Maybe I will recover health then, because I got an idea. Okay, a stolen secret. So apparently we can get that from the Gospel of Zacchaeus, and I have not been taking advantage of that. So yeah, it's a little wasteful, but I'm going to recover my health, because I actually have an idea for what I can do with it. So a few minutes for the Tryst, which we'll be using to improve the lesson. The hope here is that we get some kind of moon or grail from Reverend Timothy. We basically have 2 runs with that, and if we don't, unfortunate, we'll use the heart to get another memory. And if this felt chaotic, just imagine what tomorrow is going to be like when we try to get 8 of these. So hindsight on its own doesn't get me what I need, but I'm playing around with an idea. So there's the stolen secret. I think it's worth waiting the 14 seconds to see what Reverend Timothy gets us. We still have plenty of time in the day. Might even be willing to go a second. Yeah, you know what? We'll go a couple of conversations with Reverend Timothy, because if we can avoid spending the money, it's a load off my mind. Gossip. That's exactly what I needed. Okay, so now we just wait for the Tryst. But while we do that, I am a little curious about something. So we've got the hollowed drum. So if I take drums and dances, so we add health. if we add the thunder skit, this is the music that we did already. Then we can add a gale, and then we can use the memory solace as inspiration. Ha ha ha! So, turns out we did not need to use fabric. So this this winds up answering way, way, way back there, and I suspect it was Triger6, who I suspect probably isn't still here, but was asking, how do you get infinite cloth? We have got the answer to that now. So you can produce cloth, swaddled thunder, with drums and dances, as long as you have the keeper level, recipe. Now, as much as I would love to play around with this, I do actually need to use this for something else. But it's just a great example here how I was able to. So I would not blame anyone sort of looking at how much I spent to get that melody. Both in time and the dollar value, and said, like, this is clearly, like, obviously sometimes I get really into, like, I really just want to chase a particular idea and I get very stubborn about it, and again, it's fine because it's not like I get to keep the Spintra at the end of the play session, right? This is entirely for enjoyment, but the trick in the potential of this. So the first level was just to be able to get something to fill out on my spreadsheet, which says, hey, this is a higher level recipe. This is what you get out of it. And on its own, that's already useful because now I don't need to wait for storms or gales. I can make storms and gales through music. But the stretch goal on that, following the reasoning that sometimes what you want is I'm slightly curious, by the way, like, if this is filling up the whole circle, if this is a space for another one, or if this is actually the limit. But yeah, there's that outside possibility that you actually wind up unlocking the next phase. Now, I couldn't have known that a gale was coming up, but again, opening up the possibility that you get to see, you get to see what the next level is the sort of thing that makes it worth it to tie up an element of the soul over the course of a day. So, anyways, this skill is now level 8. Its power aspects have also increased. So let's first of all make sure we can actually level this thing up. Yes, we can. I've got all my work ahead of me on it. The other thing that I can try doing if I really, really wanted is I could read the Deaths of the Moon using the health. There's sort of an argument one way, there's another argument the other way. Let me see if I can make something fancy with heart. Interesting. So I don't know. I don't know the heart outcome for strings and songs, so I'm first gonna get that for my sheet. Okay, cheerful ditty. I'm gonna guess this is gonna get me the same thing as... Ugh. If I'd known, I would have tried this ahead of time. I'm gonna guess this is another way for me to get the higher level heart. I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not gonna craft another or get another heart memory for this though. But Quenchings and Quellings seems to want a flower. So let's see if we can do something with that. Don't have a lot of heart that we're throwing at that, so we better hope that we're... there's possibilities. So what kind of heart can I bring to the table? Trumpeter's Lily? I mean, conditional on me finding a 3-heart substance. Actually, Gideon Soaks might help with that. To make Gideon Soaks. Wait, really? Oh, it was the winter that I didn't have. Okay. So, I mean, I suppose the question comes down to, do I want Regensburg Bomb or do I want Gideon Soaks? If I use Gideon Soaks, I'm going to need to find a liquid. If I want Regensburg Bomb, I just use as it. Doomnuker, I don't think so. We got out of a Numa at the start of the last episode, so we haven't even gone through the year yet. The thing is, I did get surprised by Numa last time, so my usual deal, and especially here because the skill that I'm leveling up here, I'm going to need 8 memories. So, and obviously I'm working with a very small number of elements of the soul. I've pretty much treated every book that I read like it's Numa's Eve, and that I need to get the lessons off the table. Like, if it turns out, I read it, the perfect example here would be, I now know that I'm capable of reading the Book of the White Cat. And this sort of surprised me because there's a number of texts that I don't have the capability of reading, but apparently a 16 level Sky thing is just, it's all in a day's work. But in this case here, if it turns out the Book of the White Cat gives me like, 3 sights and sensations lessons, that's several days worth of leveling up, and that's got to be like, I got to get that done pronto. If on the other hand, let's say it was 3 Pearl and Tide, of course Pearl and Tide is a moon rose, so I don't see why the sky text would give me that, but with something like that, that's very straightforward. I could probably have most of those lessons handled within a day or two. And of course, there's no rule saying that I have to have the lessons for the skills that they're labeled for. Just, I've got exactly one thing committed to the Tree of Wisdom, so it's a little hard to say, oh, this is the thing that'll unlock my next element of the soul. But yeah, Gideon Soaks feels like the slightly more helpful. So let's see if I can actually pull this off. So if I need, I can use the Isle Water. Thing is, I don't do that many heart recipes, so it'd be nice to sort of take a minute and see what my possibilities are, particularly with regards to flowers, seeing as they're renewable. Not looking too good. That's right, Schloss Jannings offers some heart. Okay, this isn't... Well, no, by that reasoning I should use the water then. Yeah, I can live with it. Again, there's nothing saying that I have to make Gideon Soaks. I'm making Gideon Soaks because it's a good time to do something like that. If I was making a habit out of this, I would maybe be a bit more worried, but... So, back to the Gale. The Edicts. Health. Substance. And now I gotta remember which one of these. Okay, Trumpeter's Lily is something that has actually saved me a couple of times. That is one I gotta be picking more often. Brew Healing Heart Soaks. So I figure it doesn't hurt to have a 4. It doesn't hurt to have a 4. A 4. This would have gotten me. You know how I wanted to know what the higher level drum. This would have gotten that for me. I'm too impatient. But yeah, anyways, the Gideon Soaks, if it's very hard to turn down a 4 heart liquid just kind of lying around ready to be used, And if it means that I have to give up a pitcher of water, so be it, right? You say, makes sense. You saw an odd symbol in the season tracker, thought it might be Numa. Is it still on the screen? I know there have been a few minor changes, so you'll notice that the birds of doom have changed to slightly different birds and a bell. But yeah, so far as I can tell, Numa's unpredictable, except for just sort of the overall, it says nine seasons, but I think it's, it does a random draw after 9 seasons. And I don't know, there's always that tendency, everybody's going to quote unquote call it, but in reality, they're just conveniently forgetting all the times that they didn't get it right. So for my part, I've never really tried to predict Numa so much as I've just tried to play in such a way that Numa will not affect me too badly if it does come up. But again, there's the little things that you can do. So like, first of all, if you lose a lesson, it's not the end of the world, right? I've noticed this is happening a little bit less, but I felt really bad for a while because people very frequently talked about feeling a need to restart their playthrough. And I don't know, like the game sort of says at the very start, right, that it's not a punishing game unless you want it to be. And so, you would hope that in a context like that, people are enjoying their experience in Book of Hours and that they're not feeling this need to, white knuckle their way through every situation. Now, I am totally not playing that way. I'm not committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. Even in the session where I was thinking about committing things more often to the Tree of Wisdoms, there are just simply some bits of text that I feel quite uncomfortable with. Like the idea of the mayor and the tree. That is something I only, that I've only ever heard very sinister things in regards to the mayor and the tree. And so as a consequence, I am less likely to do things that will involve them. And to me, that's a role-playing game, right? It's not. I feel I don't normally like using negative examples, but this is a very popular game, and Obsidian is still doing well, so I think they can get by without me, giving a full-hearted endorsement. I really wanted to like Pillars of Eternity, and I actually really like Tyranny, but Pillars of Eternity, I'm constantly worried that there's going to be some sort of a quiz on the weird spelling that they have for very commonplace, like roles, like Duke, and so on. This is a terrible day to do this, but I am going to draw some water. And it actually pulls me out, right? Role-playing is not just a collection of stats and getting experience points and moving things up. It's very often, and I mean, if you read everything from the early Elder Scrolls manual to, what Larian's trying to do, the holy grail for developers really seems to have been to create something that captures that feeling of being at the tabletop and like being able to have anything happen. And to me, a big part of that is being able to build a world where, even though it has this very stylized representation of the world, there is a consistency in terms of the way that everything works, that I have a certain investment. I know a little bit more, and I'm very interested whenever I see references to the Watchmen and the Colonel, and I have favorite principles, and there are also hours that I don't know that much about but seem quite interesting, and it makes me want to know more. But likewise, it does give me, like, when I see the flavor text, it's more than just pretty words. You know, it is, I want to craft a playthrough through a certain way. The same way that some people will always feel happier to play like a mage or a warrior or something like that. They'll work out a whole backstory. It has absolutely nothing to do with how the game is played, and you know, like you'll still roll the dice, and sometimes you'll hit and sometimes you'll miss. But what's going on inside of your head is a really important part of the experience. And again, it's where it kind of ties into what I was saying a little bit before, when I appreciate the elegance of some of what Weather Factory does. I'm beginning to appreciate just how well they represent very complicated or very big subjects in very straightforward, in very, very straightforward game language, right? I think they even said in the interview that, like, cards are easy to understand. Almost every game has them. People know what cards do. And from that, you can build up a whole other set of, you can build a whole set of games that are not like Hearthstone. And essentially, playing these games are a lesson in just how far you can go with those representations, I think would be a way of putting it. But on that note, I'm going to have to go back to my studies. So let's... we'll do our usual opening moves. So we'll grab the lessons that we know we're not going to get from Reverend Timothy. I'm going to use the Ava desk because I don't have anything else. The Ava desk actually doesn't really accommodate as many of my elements of the soul as I thought it did. 108 for the confounding parable. The contradiction. I don't know if I just have a like of bad guys or something like that, but Collars is a character I've become quite interested in. So Assault and a Stolen Secret, so that's Kukurbit Prisoner Records, as well as Gospel of Zacchaeus when we can get to it. We still don't know what the weather is today, but hopefully it's a cloudy day. Snow, alright. Now that does have a small possibility. I think it's a little late for me to really take advantage of it. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. What I would note is the following. We have... Or do we? We have a 13 winter challenge. So, I'm just going to write this out to see if there's a target of opportunity. So let's say we got the poet for winter. Give him Solomon's Preparation. I believe we already have one of those set aside. So we give him the snow. Two whist. So 4, 8, 11, 13. So the tricky part here is that it's all hands on deck for leveling this up, and I don't want to change that path. So if I am at a point I know I can level this up, Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. If I feel I'm at a point where I can afford to pull elements of the soul out of study and into into hiring someone, I will try and get the elegiac poet. But again, because winter, I believe that is a 1 in 6. Let me double check. Yeah, that's a 1 in 6 chance of that working out. I do not want to bank on that. So the purpose of talking with Reverend Timothy is just to try and scrounge up some extra Grail and Moon. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, that's life. We'll get over it. Now this is the slightly depressing part, in the sense that right now we just have to sit and wait. There's nothing we can do with these elements of the soul until either the sweet bones. Well, I mean, I could. We got 24 seconds. I'll wait for the water. I don't feel a need to. It's not gonna. This thing is not gonna be won on a couple seconds of. Of being able to earn a memory. So there is a level of optimization that gets a bit silly. Okay, stolen secret from Gospel of Zacchaeus. So there is another reason to draw the water. Again, it's one of these ones where it's like, really, you couldn't have waited the day for the water? As a matter of fact, no, because if I don't get any of the other, like, Moon or Grail, and it seems like the weather's not going to help me here, I do need to get the taste from considering the water. So what I'm kind of relying on right now is Reverend Timothy supplying me some of these Grail and Moon, so that I can use my Elements of the Soul to get me other things. We're not even at the halfway point. We're still in morning. The 3rd hour, when the office of Terce was once sung. Watch as the day opens like a door. So we're going to pour another one of these. And we're going to go straight into... So I think in this case I'm going to restore the Tryst. And that's just because I'm sort of counting on this being available for leveling up the skill. So let's just take stock of where we're at. Okay, so I need to get 4 more. 3 more. Okay, 2 more. I forgot if I already counted this one. I'll do a double check once I... Okay. So we need the Tryst. Just double checking. It's sometimes helpful to just double click on the stuff. Okay, so I need 2 more in terms of understanding. I can get 1 of them from the glass of water. Which I'm just going to do some checks. Okay, beguiling melody, confounding parable, contradiction. We've got gossip. We don't have intuition. We do have salt. We do have stolen secret. Okay. Let's shoot for the intuition. That probably means that I'm going to try and buy up 2 more elements of the soul. Oop. All right, lesson learned. Apparently the Rector can produce stolen secrets. Good to know. There's nothing new that we can do here. We know at minimum with the shaft we'll be able to consider the glass of water. At this point, we're asking whether or not it's worth it for us to try and hire a poet. This is one I'm actually willing to spend the money on because the snow is that useful, but we're also running out of time in the day. So if I can lock in that last memory... I don't think I'm gonna try and restore the... Wait, did we only get 2 glasses of water out of that? So the Tris doesn't get used for anything, but yeah, I think it's too late to... I think it's too late to hire the poet. Let me just verify where we're at. Yeah, so we're 1 short. So that means in 3.5 seconds I should consider the water. I think against my better judgment, I am actually going to pay up for this. Drink the stuff. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm not going to be able to get the poet where... So if I were to get the poet right now, I would need to... I would need 3 memory and assume that my whist was immediately available. Okay, but we are ready to go with our level up, which was the goal for today. So it's a shame that we weren't able to make something out of the snow. Actually, technically I am able to make something out of the snow. But here we go. There's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 9. Now this is also going to wind up answering a question that came up early on in the game, which was, is there an upper bound to the skill? Because our hypothesis was that there would be a cap at level 9. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. You know, there is actually one thing I can do, which is a little silly with my health. But I think it might be just what the doctor ordered. You know what? Actually, I'm just gonna draw the water. Let's not get too clever. Skill is level 9. Its power aspects have also increased. So let's just see what happens if we try to consider... Are you kidding me? Oh, there's always more to learn, but it is time for me to stop, to rest after my long climb, and to enjoy the view. This is as high as this skill goes for now. Interesting. So I suppose at this point I would say, do I want to commit this to Bosk or preservation? um, a question for another day. So I was debating actually on using that health to read the Deaths of the Moon, but I think what I want to do is play around with the Book of the White Cat first. So what am I going to need for that? So we've got 8, 11, 12. So I do need the 4. I do need the 4 sky. Okay, it's either Applewright or Strings and Songs. And I think it's the same for both of them. Yeah, so they're both at 4. Yeah, so it's Apollo and Marsyas. We're good. So yeah, today's task is going to be to read the Book of the White Cat. We may do a little side quest with trying to hire a poet. A little the water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. Another snowy day. Okay, so that actually makes the priority of a winter visitor slightly higher. So there's going to be 2 focuses. One is going to be to read the Book of the White Cat, and for that we need the 4 winter memory. We're going to get that by reading Apollo and Marsyas, and we will do that using Shapt. Shapt doesn't really play into today's work, so we need to leave Faust aside. We need Whist aside, so it's going to be Health and Tryst, which will be our effort to try and entice the poet. Now, if I wanted, I can try and get the level 4. I can try and get the level 4 music using snow. But again, the point of getting the snow is so that we can get something we can get even more progress today. So there's kind of an order to these priorities. So, Heart Unceasing, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it, and perhaps I will recall a memory. And because it's been a while since we've read some of these texts that I'm rereading, I am going to take the time to read their descriptions again. So... Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through. So that's a minute to see whether or not we got the poet. Again, that's a 1 in 6 chance, so the likelihood of... Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can figure out the math for this. Okay. So, what you can do is you can sort of work out, you can do like probabilities in terms of number of trials. So this is the nice thing about having a bunch of statistical tools. Now, again, this is absolutely not the way to play this game. Obviously, play the way that you want, but this is definitely one of these like overthinking it kind of situations. So one thing I might say, it's like, well, 2 trials because I've got 2 elements of the soul, which I'll use at the Sweet Bones. And the probability of at least 1 success for that is 1 in 3, approximately 1 in 3. The actual calculation is like 0.3056. And then you can say, it's like, okay, well, let's say, maybe we'll do it to the halfway point, and for some reason I can figure out that I can get 2 elements of the soul by the halfway point of the day. So 4 trials with the probability of 1 in 6. Now, the important thing about this is I'm assuming that the visitors are, the probability of each visitor is evenly distributed. I have definitely not recorded all of the visitors. That might be an interesting experiment for me to do at some point, but I think it's just fair to, I think it's fair to assume that the visitors have an equal probability and that there is only 1 visitor with the winter, which is what we're looking for. So again, we're looking for at least 1 success. And if I were to allow myself 2 more tries at the Sweet Bones, the expectation that there's at least 1 success is about 50%, specifically 0.5178. So, at that point you're saying, it's like, well, I would spend, 4 pence for what is effectively a coin toss. Now, when you've got £2 in your pocket, maybe that's not a bad deal, right? But the idea here is that even in an extraordinary move, like if I were to work out the whole day, I should not be relying on the poet showing up. But again, we've got a good chance here. And actually, it just occurred to me we don't have any Solomon's preparation. That was an oversight on my part, but it's not that hard to get, so it will probably mean that I need to spend a little bit more. Oh, last name unavailable. I saw that you were streaming this game. I'm actually going later. I was debating on hosting you, and I wound up going like 2.5 hours longer than I was normally planning. Again, I must apologize. I've not had the pleasure of catching your stuff, but do feel free to introduce yourself. And if you feel like it, could you tell me what legacy you are playing? And hello everybody from last name unavailable. We've got Crusader and last name unavailable themselves. But yeah, how is your run going? How far are you? What legacy did you get? Whatever you'd like to say. And I really do appreciate the host. I don't want to be disingenuous and shout out a stream that I've not had the pleasure of being able to watch. But please do feel to introduce yourself, because I know there are a lot of people. Oh, I think the Magnate. It's got a little skull on the front, right? I got that one by accident, actually. How are you enjoying it? But yeah, no, definitely. I know there's a lot of people here who are really interested in Book of Hours, and I certainly don't stream enough to be able to keep that attention. So I'm sure a number of people would love to follow your stuff and know when you're broadcasting, and otherwise have some more Book of Hours broadcasts to watch. Yes, well, launch day, not only did I get to be a beta tester on it, but I was actually playing it on the Steam. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. I was actually playing it on the Steam page, so it went well enough for me, but I know people were, I like, they've been making this game for, not constantly for 4 years, but they've been working very hard on this. And I was actually a little surprised when they put out the demo, when they announced when the game would be launched, because it's a big game. And, when you played the demo, you had like roughly an idea of where things were. But they pulled it off. But what's astonishing, I think there have been 12 patches since the game came out. And like, I don't know, like, God, it's just, I cannot imagine doing, like, looking at the feedback, because obviously all the feedback's not going to be positive, right? But looking at all that feedback after that much work and being able to put out 12 patches before a break, Weather Factory are definitely made of sterner stuff than me. But then again, they also seem to be much more interesting people. So if you hadn't played a bunch of Cultist Simulator, you never would have made it off the beach. Didn't do the beta because you wanted to play it when it was finished. Yeah. They did a nice thing with the beta, actually. I think there were some people who were doing some data mining, so I don't know if this was originally their intention, but the opening sort of text wound up sort of... like they'd snip off the text, so it was only the very last phase of the beta that did that. So yeah, no worries. I mean, you've been streaming yourself, so I don't take attendance. I really appreciate you bringing everybody by, but I was actually wanting to host you, so now I have to get the text version of what your broadcast was. And everybody who came along on the raid, thank you very much for that. I know you sign up for one streamer who you particularly like. You'll notice that I don't have a problem putting the game on pause and chatting, and some people don't like that. So if it's not for you, obviously you don't need me to tell you that you are not expected to stick around. But I do appreciate all of you supporting Last Name Unavailable by helping support what I think is a very interesting and worthwhile game. So thank you for that. All right, so we were reading Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials. In the original myth, Marsyas lost the musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles, and it is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Cybele use it for a drum. At the climax, the striking of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. So, I actually first read that particular myth in Ovid's Metamorphoses, and for those of you who were in the conversation before, like Chunky Man Gamer was asking about them, I talked about Bernard Knox's introduction to Robert Fagel's translation of the Iliad. He also wrote an introduction to Metamorphoses, which is translated by Charles Martin. I like that one a lot. But also an equally good introduction. But that was my first exposure to the myth. And as it turns out, Ovid is probably my favorite poet. At the very least, ancient poet. Milton's pretty good too. But yeah, Metamorphoses is a favorite. So I was delighted when I read that particular bit. So the reason we got the storm was so that we could make beautiful music. So let's go to the grand piano. Wait a minute, what do I think I'm doing here? We don't make beautiful music at the piano, we make beautiful music at the pale desk with a fife. Craft an ascendant harmony, conjures sky music. Strings and songs with scholar level sky plus an instrument creates an ascendant harmony. So this is basically a way that we can create sort of a pseudo storm for ourselves. Okay, so the Faust is going to be used for the Book of the White Cat. Let me just work through the reasoning again here. So we've got Sights and Sensations 8. Faust brings it up to 9. The memory brings it up to 13. Am I overdoing it? Hang on. So we need 16. Okay. Faust is 1. Sights and Sensations is 9. The instrument is 12. Right. The memory is 16. Okay, so we have everything we need here. We're holding back on the whist in hopes that we will get the poet. Okay. I'm going to try this again We'll seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through. I think we'll give it till midday. I'm willing to spend a little money on the chance to get the poet. But of course, the main target for today was to read the Book of the White Cat. And just for the benefit of people who are stopping by, we are fairly deep into the house at this point, so we have an opportunity to get 13 winter with the snowy day fairly easily. And so what we're doing here is we're hoping that we can get the elegiac poet. The catch here, of course, is that if you're unlucky, or not even unlucky, basically you have to be lucky to get the poet at the time that you need it. So snowy day winds up helping us a lot. Hallelujah! A last possible chance that could have worked for us. Here's an opportunity. So, a poet has come to the Sweet Bones seeking inspiration, which mostly seems to mean drinking, but also complaining. The elegiac poet provides winter, moth, and sky assistance. Talk to him before he leaves if you want to use his services. Well, we definitely want to use his services. I think we're going to have to break our pound note for this, because 12 won't do. If I meet their price, I can hire them for the day. I'll hire this one for the day. Now, that means that I need to recover... Aha! I might have worked myself into a corner here. But I know how I'm going to get out of it. Okay. So I'm not going to recharge at the Sweet Bones yet. I'm actually going to give that a minute. So first thing I want to do is talk to them about the whist. So hired. Poets, they say, never do the washing up. This one hasn't brushed his hair either, but he has his uses and his talents. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is talk to him about whist. We will watch for what lies ahead. Boosts winter and lantern. Once that's done in 30 seconds, we will recharge that at the Sweet Bones so that I can use Inks of Containment to make Solomon's preparation. In the meantime, we will talk to him about the snowy day. And in a pinch, I can probably talk to him about the flowers and try and scrounge up some winter elsewhere. But we're doing pretty well for the day. It's still midday, so before the Great Division, this was the 6th hour, when the priests led hymns to the sun in splendor. Now noon, as they say, is not as it was. Perhaps the new king will change that. Okay, so there's our Ascendant Harmony. It's showtime as far as the Book of the White Cat goes. So, the Book of the White Cat, stories brought by a blind white cat to Penelope of Gordian. So perhaps you've provided Sky, but not enough to match Mystery Sky. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. And of course, I don't know about you, but if I'm playing a fife while I read a difficult book in Frisian, that's just, it really brings the text together. So I can master this mystery. Enough Sky to match Mystery Sky. Alright, my assistant and I will be prudent. So, we are going to talk about the snow. The world is pale today. The white is west of the world, and winter does not wait forever, Solomon Husher once said. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to employ the whist at the Sweet Bones. Pay a tuppence. In the winter, it is winter, and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Now, there is a small worry that I have here, that the time it's going to take me to make Solomon's preparation is going to cancel out the poet. So what I want to do while we work this out, I've got the poet at 9. I need to get them up to 13. So if I make them eat a blue crown, that's another 2 winter. They don't have a tool that I can give them. So while we look there, I'm going to raid the pantry and see. So the Eigengrau doesn't quite cut it because it's only 1 winter. And that's kind of what worries me here. Because I think once we... Oh, hang on. No, Miskissed Water's only 1 winter too. And I'm willing to guess there's no winter food. So yeah, we're really banking on... Oh, hang on. Nope. Okay, so in a pinch, we can feed him a pale marrow and an Eigengrau. But hopefully it won't come to that. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So 30 sec... Oh god, that is going to be tight. Solomon's preparation is a 90-second recipe. I think I've blown it. It doesn't cost me anything to make him consider the flowers. To put thy pale lost lilies out of mind, fading flowers may provide inspiration. So this could be wasting the flowers. That's fine. We've got replacements. We're also going to be able to pick those in spring. Okay, better now. So this is gonna be tight. So inks of containment, we throw blue crown in there, craft Solomon's preparation, muddle and mix a wintry preparation. Inks of containment with scholar level winter plus flour create Solomon's preparation. So if we can finish this within 90 seconds, and I think I'm gonna use the birds chirping and the bells ringing as my 1-minute warning. Yeah, that's not good. I'm gonna lose my nerve. I'm gonna feed him the food. So let me just double check that I've got this correct. So we need oh, there might also be wintry food here. Nope. Well, sort of, but okay, so we'll feed him the pale marrow. In Brandkrug, they take marrows seriously. This is a marrow redolent of sorrow. So offer something to eat. That brings him up to 12. Now we've left the drink open just in case. But the logic here is that we need 13, so he'll need 1 more winter after that, and we can supply that through Eigengrau or a glass of water. Eigengrau is already poured, so we might as well give that to him. And again, the reasoning here was that we had over a minute left. I take the bell as being the 1-minute warning. Now that may not be true, and I might have just used up a useful piece of food in an unhelpful way. But you know, we put a lot of effort into this, and it would be a shame to. It'd be a shame to see that effort go to waste. So in this case, we might as well save Solomon's preparation for a future application. So here we'll give him a nice drop. Eigengrau, if Greydon oil were drinkable. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So even if even if the day sort of if we cross over into dusk, that's fine. We don't need to talk to the poet anymore. We can get him to work on the new room. We'll have a Solomon's Preparation set aside for the future, and we have finished the Book of the White Cat. So again, stories brought by the Blind White Cat to Penelope of Gordian. The Aviform Hours, the crow, the laughing thrush, the dove, and the twin kites have been known to meet in the mountains north of Gordian at the place called the Roost to exchange gossip. Penelope indicates that mortals who hear their words directly are obliterated, but claims that her cat goes unnoticed and returns to her with rumors from the Hour's meetings. The stories that Penelope claims as Hour gossip are fragmentary and confusing, accounts of contests where hope and dread in the Shadowless Empire are used as game pieces, agendas of ruin and remembrance from no known history. The most interesting element is the protective incantation she records at the end of the book, after she worries that the Hours might in fact learn of her spying. So I'm curious if the skill that comes out of this is related to birdsong. So that's a revelation. That's definitely one I want to write down. And 3 Watchman's Paradoxes. So that's not going to be that hard for us to commit, I don't think. So a small worry that if we were to cross into Numa, whether or not I would be able to get enough elements of the soul to sort of kind of bang them out one after the other. But overall, we're in a good spot. All right, so I want to see if this timer runs out before the night's finished. Okay, that we made the right call. Night has fallen, dusk will come soon, or dawn will come soon. Right, down to the Grussians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So again, our aim was to get them to 13 winter, which we have done, and we can go to the Ravaged Cellar. This room, too, has been visited by worms, the abomination of the relict kind, but almost no traces remain. So in a perfect world, I would have renewed the Faust. I'd use that revelation with the Watchman's Paradoxes to level it up. But honestly, this is not going to be that hard. So now for future, I'll maybe want to keep a closer eye on my Solomon's Preparation stocks, because there was really no excuse for me not having more. But I mean, in the end, we've done pretty well. I mean, in terms of a total number of rooms to unlock, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 in total. And we know only 11 of them are potentially winter. And it is spring. Yearly stipend. The yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. So an Iron Spintra is very welcome. So we're up to 10. It also looks like a new event is arriving, which is good. So the rain doesn't help us, but I think we've got our work cut out for us. So the ideal, of course, would be that I bang up Watchman's Paradoxes all three levels right away. That's not happening in one day. But what I can do is I can talk with Reverend Timothy to try and sort of make the most of any memories that he generates. We're looking for sky and lantern memories. And then what I can do, I'll leave the Faust and the Whist aside to level things up, but we can use Health, Shapt, and Trist to generate the memories for improving the Watchman's Paradoxes. So what I'm going to do here, I do want to take a minute and just find maybe some of the weirder lantern and sky memories that Reverend Timothy won't get me. So Beguiling Melody is a great first example of that. Skeleton songs. Actually, hang on. I want to use Ava's desk because the Whist and the Fost are going to be set aside. So Ava's desk isn't useful to... So this is the funny thing about Ava's desk. Because it has the edge and the grail, and because I don't have Arab or metal, if I'm leaving my Whist aside, there's actually only one element of the soul that can use it. Now again, that's a restriction entirely of my own creation. But I'm stubborn about it now. A cheerful ditty will also help us, and we can get that out of the Perugian diaries. So again, the aim here is to focus on things that I can't get from Reverend Timothy. And in reality, I think I actually only need 3, but if we wind up getting more, I'm definitely not above renewing an element of the soul for the purposes of improvement. Now, this is going to seem a little strange, but I'm actually going to take the opportunity to garden. So that's going to leave me short on memories, but again, I'm banking on Reverend Timothy supplying. And that's mostly because every other memory that I can every other memory that will satisfy the Watchman's paradoxes is one that Reverend Timothy can potentially generate. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. So no, I'm not going to worry about. I'm not going to worry about getting special help from the Sweet Bones or something like that. I want to focus on. Using my lessons before I go any further. The jail cellar. The entrance to the subcellar was barred, locked, chained, warded, both physically and otherwise. Whatever was kept down there, they took it extremely seriously. It looks very much as if the questing worms broke the seals drawn by the power below. It looks very much as if they regretted it. So, turn back, keep out, danger. We've got Schloss Jannings, Dandelion Wine. We've got, Slow Gin, Homemade Berry Gin. More Wire, the Malachite's Metal. Kerosene, Paraffin, Arsenic, Box of Oddities. Elderflower Cordial. We should probably put all this stuff in the pantry. Pickled mushrooms, you'll learn to like them. Another serpent-styled glass. Scintillate oil. Alright, Solomon's Preparation. Essential Peroist. Bunch of locks. I've seen this before. The W is also something that we've seen. I believe that was in the ashes of the... I think there was something about the clock, and then I think there was the ashes in the forge, although I noticed there's no W here. Okay. So, not much in terms of crafting. This is more items. So we've got the sagging dock, which is a 14 moon, 14 row. So it would seem to me we're probably going to be able to get past the riddling stair before. This is going to be a tough one for us. And an incandescent hollow. That's actually not as hard as it seems. If we get another elegiac poet, we basically do the same thing that we did last time, except we make sure we have a Solomon's preparation, and then we, I don't know, we make a mead of flour. Okay. We will see what the day brings in terms of memories. I don't expect us to make any use of the rain. I am, however, interested in what visitor we get and what the story is. It'd be kind of nice if we didn't have an event, because I'm still hoping for 2 languages. Actually 3, but Ramsund I can get by without for now. The Affair of the Unfinished Lark. We will see what comes up. Alright, that didn't help us. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So, the Affair of the Unfinished Lark. For 3 years, the sculptor adept Zuthimalim Zidane has labored at his masterpiece, an abstract sculpture that speaks with the voice of the desert lark. And now, puzzlingly and suddenly, he is dead. Visitors with interest in forge or sky mysteries will want to talk about this. Miss Azita Bukhara, businesswoman, chessmaster, initiate of the Scarred Hour, sometimes called the Colonel. Well, that already makes her interesting. We could have learned Deep Mandayak from her. However, I do want to talk about the Affair of the Unfinished Lark. And it is also a practical matter in the sense that we do actually need to get some more Spintra. I'm not paying attention to my resources. Okay, so this first one's pretty straightforward for me to work with. It's basically just a question of taking the Watchman's paradoxes, an element of the soul. If it was foresight, we would have had a lantern, but it's not, so we just take either the cheerful ditty or the beguiling melody. Oh, my apologies. It's really 2. No, it's not 2. We still need to add the lesson. There we go. So essentially, I'm waiting for Reverend Timothy to get me a second memory. And again, I have the option of trying to renew elements of the soul if it really comes down to it, but I don't see much reason to do so because we have another day, and it's not that hard for me to get 3 sky or lantern memories. What I think I'll do is, if Timothy winds up generating enough memories for me to, to level up without without any other assistance, then I will. I'll put the extra effort in. The skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. So I should find a better place for this to go. That actually puts it pretty far up. Again, I'm expecting through the course of the day, we should get what we need. The amber preserves and is preserved by light, that to hatch is not to die, that the sun. There is a place behind the world called the Mansus. Deeds that would be impossible in the world are inevitable there. The watchman, who knows all the ways of the Mansus, also knows how to make these deeds possible in the waking world. You're killing me. Again, I don't need to be so tight-fisted with the money. Maybe maybe we'll give Timothy one more shot, and then I'll renew something at the Sweet Bones. I could make it health, because then I could also... Nah, you know what? I don't need to make it health, because I could also open up one of these packages. Alright, Solace will do. So yeah, this is why I didn't spend the time renewing my my Elements of the Soul. Here we are. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve this skill to level 3. So this one's going to be pretty straightforward to take care of the next day. The real question is, do I want to talk to Reverend Timothy about it and hope that I can preserve some of my memories, or do I just accept that, look, I don't really have that much to... Like, I just don't have that much to do right now. I think probably so I have fewer reasons to... Yeah, you know, we'll worry about this tomorrow, but it's like I have Faust and Whist. I only need one of the Faust or Whist for tomorrow. Oh, we can talk with Azita. Hello, librarian. I have questions. I'll pay for answers. On the unfinished log, there is something unseemly at work here, librarian. So she is interested in 3 Sky. That should be pretty easy for us to satisfy. She also knows quite a few languages. Makes it even easier. Apollo and Marsyas is... No, hang on. That's Heart, not Sky. Theopoly work then? 6 Sky. We can do better. So, part of the reasoning about using the lower level Sky text, I've talked about this before. Basically, you're competing with 2 forces. One is the fact that they become more demanding in terms of their knowledge. So, you know, they start asking for, say, a 3 Sky book, but then they move up to 4. Which means that if you, let's say you started at 3, and then you gave them 2 8 Sky texts, just for the sake of example, and then you find a 4 Sky text. Well, you can't give them that 4 Sky text anymore because they've already moved on to more advanced books. Journal of Thomas DeWolf is probably the one that I want to use. But in addition to that, you'll notice that these texts also have markers for who they've, people that have read it already. And so if you give people higher level texts than what they need, not only are you... so you're raising their level, which is fine, but you're also using up that text for the time that they're going to be more demanding. And so it's possible to actually graduate someone out of a text before they'll find it useful. Now, there are some that they'll never be able to read. So like Bancroft Diaries is something that Douglas is never going to be able to read, even though he's, has low level requirements for Lantern. But in general, it's a good idea to try, for me at least, to try and match the skill exactly, and that's just to try and keep your options open in future if you want to satisfy their requirements. Although again, in this one, if we couldn't have satisfied it, I wouldn't have been unhappy because talking with them about language would have resulted in, I think, 4 texts becoming available. 5. Yeah, 5. It also occurred to me, I think there's Crack Track, which we don't have any books of. I think, librarian, that Zidane had been eavesdropping at the keyholes of heaven. At least the motive is grander than artistic jealousy, but I do not think it would be practical to avenge him. So I'm happy that we're at a gold spintra, but how much you want to bet that that goes away with one Oriflamme's auction? I think I'm pretty secure in the collection that I have, so I should probably not worry too much about my tally. We're gonna be locked into this event for a while. Azita believed Zidane had been murdered, and after investigating possible motives, speculated that he had been eavesdropping at the keyholes of heaven. But yeah, I think we're at double the time for a stream, and I do have work in the morning, so I think what I'm going to do will probably make tomorrow the last day, and I may not do the whole day, but I do want to see the I do want to see my lessons wrap up for the day. We will wait for the weather. We have 2 texts afterwards, so I'll leave the whist aside here. We'll get that to level it up. To improve Watchman's paradoxes, we need 4 understanding. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and the health is still available to do whatever we want. And it's a sunny day, so seems to me like we can talk with Reverend Timothy. And that's because we've got the sunny day to fall back on. As a consequence, so we'll start using Shapt. And then the Faust for the Cheerful Ditty. So the logic here is that the Whist I need to be able to level up the Watchman's paradoxes. But the Health and the Tryst, if I don't use them for boosting boosting elements of the soul, or sorry, for boosting memories, I can use them to go and, you know, pick up stuff at Crowcross Sands and such. I could also use it to read the book, but maybe we'll just leave that aside. Yeah, we'll see. Well, let's see what happens with Reverend Timothy first. We're early into the day, so we'll see what opportunities come up. And then if we're getting close to the end of the day and we haven't moved anything yet, we can use the health or the tryst to fill in the last of the memories. So beguiling melody and a cheerful ditty. He gave us hindsight, which is less useful. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. I also do have the option of opening the packages. Probably want to do that a little bit more than beachcombing. And the reason I say that is not that I don't get useful things from the beach. I actually do, and then I don't wind up using them. I am reluctant to leave these untouched because they just wind up sitting in my inventory forever unused, and they do occasionally have very helpful things. Okay, gossip didn't quite do it. So I think what I'll do, I'll wait till we hit... Actually, you know what? I can wait till the Birds of Doom sound off. Except if I'm going to be beach... No, I'm not going to be beachcombing, though. I'm going to open these packages. So yes, when we hear the birds and the bells, I'll use the elements of the soul. And if we get something with lantern or sky before then, that just makes me happy. Solace makes me happy. I misjudged. I actually went for one more than I needed to. Okay, so let's leave the sunny day aside then. Alright, another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. I had a fun idea. I'm probably going to regret doing this, but I do kind of want to see where this winds up going. So I'm going to try reading the Deaths of the Moon when the birds and bells start dinging. This should take up my tryst, and I'll actually cross it over into the next morning, but I will have all my elements of the soul to be able to learn the lessons. Okay, but looking good in terms of skills. We will use my health to consider a package. Something abandoned. Crack open the container to light in your discovery. Abandoned packages battered but unbreached. And it doesn't really matter what we do with Reverend Timothy right now. I mean, we can keep talking, but I don't think it's gonna translate into anything. So again, we wait for the sounds of the bells and the bird, and I'll read the Deaths of the Moon. This is kind of just a because I can sort of a thing. Finding lots of fun curses. I've got a quarantine section. So I actually have wound up with a bunch of curses that are just outside what I need to work with them. So 2 Fifth Eye curses for the Journal of Walter de Wolf and Old Copper-Nose and the Softer Metal. The World Does Not Weep has got chonic theoplasma. This one I think cost us our... Was it Faust? No, it must have been Trist. That one messed us up for a little while. White Jade Tablet. Now we can't read Crack Track, so it doesn't really matter, but that's infested with witch worms. And the Geminiad 2, which I can read, has got bloodlines. You've been burning the cursed books? Oh, I would never burn them. I mean, the big thing right now is they're not really hurting anyone where they are right now. No, I know what you mean. Like, so I like the memories that I can get out of them from reading them. And obviously, if you have a book that will give you that memory, there's no, there isn't the same sort of argument. But I don't know. I would feel kind of bad if I, got Gemini at 1 and 3. I don't think I could quite bring myself to burn number 2. But I'm the kind of clown who I actually got a nasty YouTube comment on this. Obviously I haven't gotten all my elements of the soul on the YouTube series. I am actually trying to do the elements of the soul, but you mentioned that you are a cultist simulator player. I can't remember what skill it was. Pretty sure it was Oromachistry. I think it was like Edicts Inviolable. So I was like, oh, cool, metal, I can use some metal. And then I read the description, fire. The mare in the tree is not the youngest hour, but she is the youngest hour of Calyptra. For she has been born many times in many places. The red flower on the watchman's tree is the fire fueled by truth, and without it the tree would fall, as all Oromachists know. And of course the alternative is to put it to preservation. Night. The velvet is not the oldest hour, but she is the oldest hour of Calyptra. The black flower on the watchman's tree is the preservation of secrets, and without it the tree would fall. This is a matter of preservation. Now, obviously these are two contradictory outcomes. The best example of two contradictory outcomes is actually the one that I usually use to point it out is the resurgences and emergences. And to show the difference between preservation and Bossk, which talks about either the consumption or the renewal. But like the thing is that like do I want a metal in that playthrough? Undeniably yes. Do I want metal if that involves the mare in the tree? I don't feel really comfortable with that. And so, yeah, in this particular case here, I mean, it does technically make it a little bit more difficult for me, but I do tend to get a little too invested in the story, and as a consequence, I make very irrational choices sometimes in terms of what I commit. I'm sure. And the funny thing too is like it's not even that I think the existing hours are particularly nice entities. Like I quite like the door in the eye, and what do they say about mercy and the Watchman? Well, these are not concepts that normally go well together, but I don't know. I am wired. Like to me it's the role playing side of it, right? There are fewer stats and die rolls for me to worry about, and a little bit more in terms of my fondness or my wariness of certain hours and what they mean. In fairness, I've not played to completion, but I believe the idea here, and this is sort of hinted at. I don't want to say exactly what they are. I have a feeling you've probably seen them, but there are some secret letters which actually had been posted on the Weather Factory website already. But they are either part of the game files, but there's a link directly to them early on in the game. Oh, have you not seen the... Would you like me to tell you where the... Okay, yeah. So there's a nice little Easter egg that they've put in. I will merely refer to the existence as opposed to the location. But it is some stuff that they've posted on their website before that actually talks about the librarian's role. And some of what you're talking about is actually in a letter addressed to one of the librarians, who is someone you will have encountered from Cultist Simulator. So, so there's some fun stuff. Again, it's not gonna. There's no like skeleton key to Locksmith Stream. There's no skeleton key for Book of Hours. I'm sure, much like Cultist Simulator, there's going to be stuff to sort of chew on and enjoy over the course of a few years. But I'm interested. There's a lot of people who seem to be coming to Cultist Simulator from Book of Hours, which is kind of neat because I'm interested in what their perspective is going to be. But on top of that, I've been lucky enough to go to the Locksmith's Dream. And Gregory Wheellock, who's referred to in this several times, and Treowin. There are little references in there. So one of the nice things about it is that, the more you're familiar with the Secret History setting, it's not necessarily that you're gaining any special knowledge in the case of the game, but you do have these moments of familiarity of, oh yeah, I remember the Wheellocks, or, Don't go over to that part. That's the scary part of the house. And so it's kind of interesting to see all of these different perspectives. I haven't played the lady afterwards, so I don't really know. I don't really know what references are inside there. But yeah, it's just kind of fun to look at the different perspectives. But yeah, if you want, if you like looking for puzzles, there is something for you. I found it reasonably quickly, so I don't think it'll take too much of your time. But yeah, if you are interested in the role of the librarian, there is actually some there is some material, in-universe material that they've provided that's reasonably easy to access. And obviously, if curiosity gets the better for you, feel free to like DM me, and I'll happily send it off. It's not a deep secret. All right, got to make shelf space for the scrumpy. So the logic behind this one, I'm not 100% sure if this is the right call, but I am reading The Deaths of the Moon clearly with not enough time. Well, maybe not so clearly, but I'm expecting here that I'm going to finish this off just at the start of the day, and the plan for tomorrow is going to be to... like use that to we'll know what we're going for in terms of memories to be able to level it up. Oh no, I've already gotten so far. I mean, I want to see how far I can get into the house without elements of the soul. I'm surprised at how many people really want me to commit stuff to the tree. It's fun to do it with this challenge. Again, this is the challenge of doing the beta, right? Like I committed everything in the beta, so now I'm like, I wonder what else I can do. So, you learn a lot doing that. Actually, you're surprised. It is surprising how many different ways you can sort of wriggle through some of the challenges that the game puts for you. And I think what it is that it's a little bit like that first time that you get a malady and you're convinced that maladies are like impossible to deal with. But I think this one, I wound up with like 3 maladies at the start. And it's like, oh, hey, I can catalog a lot of books. So, all right. When the heart no longer beats, the grail may keep the spirit in the body, and an appetite is indicated to sustain. Alkalites are the best known, but not the only of this nature. This is why the waning mood mode, ... Okay, Cloud. So this may be helpful for leveling up a skill. But I figure we can wait 12 seconds and see what the day brings. The full moon mode is the intensification of one element of the soul to the point where ordinary sustention is unstable. Our protector, the generous of hosts, began of this nature, and its generosity remains ungentle. It is possible for the body's health or the heart's core to outpace the other elements, so that a static mode becomes impossible and growth proceeds in dramatic stages until balance remanifests. That's interesting. I'm wondering if this is supposed to be the text that gives you a hint in terms of how you can level up your skills, because obviously that's not happening until I commit stuff. Okay, I'm just going to add this to my list. $145 texts recorded, although I do have a suspicion that some of these changed names. Alright. So I don't think Snow Stories is going to be that hard for us to boost. Yeah, so I've got two different ways that I'm handling this. So my skills, my books, characters and things like that. I have a spreadsheet. Now the thing is, I've been maintaining the spreadsheet since the beta, so there's almost certainly bad information inside of it or stuff that's changed. Although it was really helpful for bug reporting, because there were a couple where it was like, feels like it should be doing this thing, but it's not. But there's another set that I have. There's a physical paper, and because I'm a complete wanker, a fountain pen. I don't know. Nobody steals a fountain pen, right? If you have just a simple pen, everybody takes it. So. but yeah, there's this nice with the factory for the first stream that I did for them. They gave me this nice Cultist Simulator book, and I noticed it's not on the Etsy store anymore. So I felt really bad because I kept talking up how much I liked it, and then everybody's like, "Where can I buy it?" And then dead link. But it felt kind of appropriate to write the notes, in there. And that's a lot more of like the lore stuff. That's, information about the DeWolfs, information about, every once in a while in terms of a recipe, I'll write things like that. But, and to a certain extent, while I'm certainly not trying to do like Book of Hours, the LARP, there is sort of an internal justification I have for it, which is that the spreadsheet I'm maintaining is very much the kind of cataloging a librarian would do, right? In the YouTube series, I don't actually consult that sheet, partly just because it takes time. But I'm trying to make shelves that are oriented around certain memories. Whereas the lore information, that's just sort of me puzzling through the secret histories and... little mothy about your play. Well, I'm sorry to talk this. Some people are going to get so sick of me sharing this, but I am way too like data oriented to not put that down. I am, again, in the YouTube series, I'm trying to organize things so that I don't consult the list, but this is an article I wrote a couple of years ago. And that took all of the JSON files for Cultist Simulator and put them all into a graph, like a mathematical graph, although there is also an image that points out that graph. And there's a network analysis that's done on it. So because Cultist Simulator, that may or may not be of interest. But because I am of the temperament to actually take all of the different connections between the items in the game and put them into a giant graph like that, I really could not see myself stacking the books this way. And well, I mean, I also keep them together by subject. You can't have traveling at night. I try to avoid the fascination, but I am very, very lantern touched. So. Which is good because the first time I played Cultist Simulator, I really liked Lantern. I thought the Watchman was the coolest, the coolest of the hours. So I've learned to appreciate Edge as well. So I like the Colonel. I also really liked Exile just in general, but yeah. Oh, okay. Actually, sorry. Snow Stories is quite a bit more involved. So I need 4, but I already have Salt. I also have Clouds. Okay, so yes, we are going to talk with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. So we'll do the same thing as last time. We've already used the Tryst, so I guess we can realistically only hope for 1 level up. Yeah, we'll see. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. I guess I did say that I was going to do the Book of the White Cat and leave it there. It's going to be very easy for us to get these memories. So, if we only need 2, I can commit 2 of these to opening something right now. So it feels appropriate to use Shapt to open something small and curious, a tiny treasure of forgotten things, perhaps. There's a real oddity in here somewhere. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. You just hope they'll see how much people like multiple saves and add them to Cultist Simulator. It takes so long to finish a game, and sometimes I just want to try silly things. Oh yeah, no, it's totally. That's why I was slightly horrified by you burning the books. Now again, if you already have the memory, you're good. But I was like, oh man, what if you have the one book that there's one book, I don't know. I don't think this is a very big spoiler, and you may have already run into it, but there is a book that gives a uniquely powerful memory that definitely seems tied to endgame material. So, like, if that one wound up being cursed, I'd be like, oh my god, Shake the Box, thank you very much for the raid. I do need to warn you, although I did say this to last name unavailable as well, I, I do actually need to get to bed at some point, so I may not be streaming that much longer. But you've at least extended the life of the stream a few more minutes, so thank you for that. Ephemeris, thank you for the thank you. Hello. We've got Shake the Box. Thank you very much for the host. What were you playing? You may have been playing Book of Hours, and I've just gone through. I've been playing long enough that people have started and stopped. Always great to force more streaming. Yeah, I mean, the problem was I think I wound up going like 8 hours, and it was like 4 o'clock in the morning when I when I stopped. How can you open the die in the... Yeah, well, good point. Last name unavailable. Caves of Cud and Baldur's Gate 3. Man, I have such polarized responses to that. I've struggled to get into Caves of Cud, and that's a shame because I know it is a game that people really love. But Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, I know I've got very controversial gaming opinions. What a game. So, but that's quite the task to do 2 of those on the same stream. I don't think I have the bandwidth to be able to handle both. Cynical Alchemist says, Burning Book seems counterintuitive to be a librarian, but I have to give a spreadsheet of memories and what books. I mean, I think there's also community efforts to do things like that. But again, the drawback is we've already talked about being able to put together the like go into the JSON files and see how everything works. Yeah, I don't know. There's just something about being able to work that. And like the other thing too, like the thing I love about this is at the end of this playthrough, I'm going to have a document that like shows my thought process through the game, both through the spreadsheet, but also like the physical pen and paper. Physical pen and paper. And I kind of feel like just taking a community resource, as helpful as those things are, I don't have the opportunity to have this like artifact. So even if they burn in this history, they still exist in another. And Shake the Box says, cut as an initial wall to hurdle, but when you do, it's amazing. Yeah, that's just it. There's somebody who has an opinion on games I really, really value, and she is all about that game. And funnily enough, some of you will know that the lead developer of Sunless Sea is also the developer of this. I bounced off of Sunless Sea the first time I played it, and it took me getting into Cultist Simulator to... it basically took me getting into Cultist Simulator to go back and try Sunless Sea again, and then I broke out of that opening period that people struggle with and got to see all the amazing stuff that people were raving about. So I do own Caves of Cud. I'm sure that's clear from the fact. I mean, I do feel slightly bad because like I hate it when people say, hey, I like this thing, I was playing this thing, and the first thing somebody says, that thing sucks. It's definitely not my opinion on it. It's something that I've struggled to love the way other people do, and I appreciate the way that you phrased it, exactly because I sort of know that I'm on the outside looking in. But I do have a slight hope that, much like Kit Fox made Dwarf Fortress, a little more user-friendly for the Steam version, I'm hoping that they can take some of the experience from that. I'm pretty sure Brian, one of the developers of I can't pronounce his last name, Buckley, I think. I know he was a contributor to one of the books that Tanya Short and Tarn Adams edited, so I'm sure there's some connection in terms of lessons learned and things to do next. Yeah, that's just. I mean, data mining is fun in its own way, but I feel that it's the thing that you do once you've already found the things for yourself, right? So that Networks of Culta Simulator document that I shared, that was one that was the product of having played the game many, many times over, and I thought it would be fun to do something a little bit more data driven. But yeah, if you're just gonna see it all laid out there, I don't know if it gives you too much. You should opt for the beta branch. Graphic updates are stellar and new. Oh, that's really interesting. Thank you for sharing that, Shake the Box. And thank you so much again for the raid, last name unavailable. I know I've probably been more chatty than gameplay, but it was a pleasure to interact with all of you. For those of you looking for more Book of Hours streamers, I do know that last name unavailable was streaming Book of Hours tonight and probably better at keeping a schedule and keeping on track with the game. But yes, please do feel free to give them a follow if you are looking for more of this wonderful game. This is also probably a good time to mention I was given a key for promotional purposes, but I do genuinely like it. But yeah, thank you for that, Shake the Box. Now, is that as RPG like a more roguelike or a more complicated RPG your kind of go-to, or are you more of a variety broadcaster? If you don't mind talking. I mean, sometimes you just want to host someone and finish for the day. Incidentally, for anybody who's curious about Book of Hours, obviously we've got quite a bit of progress in the game now, and I'm playing it in a fairly unique way. I have not really committed anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. I did do glass blowing and vessel crafting, which did get me a very useful whist, but the hope was just to communicate to people that I do know how the mechanic works, and I'm just trying something different here. But even though it's an unconventional approach to the game, I delight in questions about the game, and I try to answer as honestly as I can. All right. I had such high hopes for this turn, but I think I may need to commit the health. Well, no, here's what I can do. We can wait till we hear the birds and bells of doom. Oh, hang on. I did also say that in spring I was going to try and get the miners to open up some of the scale rooms. So I have quite a bit on my plate. Fortunately, miners are available at any time during the spring, so I can do that on another day. But yeah, I'll wait till I hear the birds and the bells. That means there's a minute left in the day. If Reverend Timothy hasn't given me anything interesting by then, we can force the memories out with the health and the Faust. Storm. He gave us so many hindsights before. But yeah, after dealing with snow stories, I think... Okay, that's my cue. Well, we'll wait to see what Timothy comes up with, but we'll commit the health and the Faust to... I don't know, maybe regret. We can get that from Keon at Abydos, and we can get Moon from a confounding parable, so that's 108. Didn't even need to look at the spreadsheet for that. Alright, yeah, so not too much from Reverend Timothy, but that's fine. He doesn't cost us anything. We will use Faust to read Keon at Abydos. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And then we will use Health. We can do that at the Pale Desk. And we will read 108. So this is because we need Moon or Winter to level up Snow Stories. We've already got Moon from Clouds and the Memory Salt, but we need a total of 4 to level that up to level 5. And then we'll do that again for level 6, which will be a considerably more difficult feat, but not impossible. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So ideally we get this done Ooh. I think we will still have the lesson done by the time the sun rises, but we are going to be cutting it close with this whist. All right. So I did kind of want to start reading some of these texts again, but I'm going to settle for... Okay, salt, confounding parable, clouds, regret, whist, 30 seconds, and hopefully we're done by the time the sun comes up. So, the plan for the next day. So, let's figure out... I did have a plan for the miners with the scale. So they start with 2 scale. Oh, did I not save that? Okay, let me sketch it out again. So the miner is 2 scale. We can give them a memory with 5. Oh, just in time. Brilliant. So let me make an adjustment here. This will eventually become a 6. So I'm going to keep this paused for a second just while I work this out. So they start with 2 scale. We can get a 5 scale memory, which brings them up to 7. We can use 1 heart, which brings them up to 8. We can use the tool, which brings them up to 9. And then I can feed them a mackerel. Which brings them up to 11. Now, I don't think there is a scale drink, though. Apparently I was wrong. Okay. So now that I know there's scale drinks, well, it may be a scale drink, but it's not a whole lot, so... so the reason I'm interested in that, it's not this one, not this one. Oh, do I not have a scale? Oh, okay, 11 scale. So that's actually not that hard to deal with. We'll still have to worry about the snow stories, which is not trivial at this point. So... 5... I mean, technically I just use all my elements of the soul today. It's actually probably the smarter thing to do. Let's see what the weather brings. Okay, clouds. Perfect. So that frees me up to hire Reverend Timothy for start. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Now, the next thing I can do is say... There isn't anything critical that I really need to do with the Shapt, Trist, or Foss. The Trist I can do some beachcombing with. Shapt, you know, I can make a new glassfinger toxin, which will help me make the high-level knock. I can never pronounce it correctly. The sacrament. The sacrament ascite. But yeah, I don't know. I don't feel too I don't feel too rushed about it, to be honest. Like, I clearly have one already. If I want to go after knock challenges, you know, I have 2 already. In fact, all but one of the rooms I can sort of bang down through the power of knock. I'm still trying to figure out circumstance. And on top of that, I still have a book that I need to read. But spring's not going to be around forever, so let's leave the health aside. Okay, so I'll leave the Shapt and the health aside, assuming that I'm going to be able to level up one of these workers. And so then we'll use the Tryst for the confounding parable, because I don't believe we can get that from a conversation with Reverend Timothy. And I'm curious if there's some music that we might be able to take advantage of. I don't know. Well, winter music. John Cage made winter music. Oh, but salt. Salt would work. I don't think we can get that from Reverend Timothy. So again, the idea here is to try and use the elements of the soul to get things that... Sorry, just a second. This isn't Kilisimi, though, isn't it? But yeah, so the idea here is that I'm potentially opening up the possibility of hiring a miner. Actually, you know what? Let's commit to it. No, I can't, because I need to use Reverend Timothy to talk before I do that. But yeah, this is basically the Shapt is so that I can get the high level scale memory. The health is so that I can boost the scale for the miner. The Whist I have to use to level up Snow Stories. And I don't know, fingers crossed on the rest of it. I don't know, we're down to 4. We're getting 2 already. So if we get something like a regret, of hindsight, a secret. Oh, Timothy. But again, this is fine just because as the day goes by, if it looks like we're not going to be able to realize the goal of if it looks like we're not going to be able to realize the goal of hiring the miner and boosting them up, and again, it's no small thing. Like I am going to be committing consumables to them, so I may want to wait until I have sort of a full day ahead of me. All right, that hindsight helps. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4. So we just need one more. I think I'm about to do something dumb. Assistance from a miner. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. All right. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. In spring, the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. So, we'll wait the 6.5 seconds. Okay, bad luck there. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So, we're going to go to Kion at Avados to get the regret. Again, a tuppence is not a whole lot to spend to make the most of the day. So, winter, nothing more. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to boost up the miner using the abilities that we can. Right now, I'm going to use the renewable ones, such as health. Oh, and it just occurred to me I've got... Oh yeah, no, it's a 5-scale memory that I have already. So I'm ready to lend my limbs, boosts heart, scale, and nectar. So I'm not going to commit the whist quite yet. But there's plenty for me to do with the miner. I'm actually slightly worried that... I may have waited too late for this. But it just makes it all the more interesting. Okay, no memory yet, but we can give him the tool. I can lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities. So probably about 2 more minutes left in the day. Okay, so we're going to read our special book. I keep losing the librarian's quarters. All right, that's Erica Payan, right? Yeah. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Now that was a bit of a blunder, because I still need to commit all the memories for leveling up, but that's fine because we definitely have a minute ahead of us. All right, so I'm going to take a minute here just to make sure that I've got the numbers here right, because I'm going to... Sorry, I just misplaced my pen. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is get this up to 4 scale. So we've got the 2 already, we've got the heart, we've got the tool. The mackerel will put them up to 6. Right, and then the memory will put them up to 11. And the mackerel, I'm not like guaranteed to get it, but it's not the end of the world if I lose it. So, offer something to eat. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. Also, it's just friendly. So in 48 seconds, we'll get the last component that we need. We'll be able to unlock the Room of Rusts. And we have what we need to level up the Snow Stories. And if we don't, I will kick up the ground in a big huff. Okay, I think that's the 1 minute mark. But again, that's assuming that's just for that's for night falling. That would have been very foolish. Alright, here we go. Probably not the intended use for a Newman, but Exalt with a memory. I can discuss this memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the day. This brings him up to 11. More importantly, we can level up Snow Stories. So we'll take the Salt, Clouds, Regret, Hindsight, I'm not short. And then the Whist. At last, I'm something of an authority in this. Improve the skill to level 6. So that is a good day's work. As long as I don't forget to commit the, minor, we will be able to open the Room of Rusts. We've used up the lessons that we learned from the book. We only have one more, unless we find some more to catalog, but the Ascendant, our first use of Hyksos. We will need a memory for that. But once we finish reading that, there we go. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. The ceiling is collapsed, rusting machinery pokes out here and there through the rubble. But the idea here will be, so in addition to, so this is the last of the guaranteed books. We can obviously roll the dice on these 3 texts up here. But what I can sort of do at my leisure, and in particular using the Shapt, I've got 1, 2, 3 knock. Well, 3 knock that I know of. There may be more. Let's say at the moment 3 knock challenges that can be handled with a high-level knock drink. We've got 2 glass finger toxin. I'm sure we've got more. 3. Yeah, so 3 glass finger toxin and already 1 of the sacrament acite. So from there, we're going to be able to pretty much unlock everything that I want. Oh, now this is interesting. This is a pumping station. So, pumps, the upper level. The Curia installed these pumps to drain the lower levels, but they installed them in the late 19th century. I'll need to provide materials and fuel. I will need a prentice-level forge to jury-rig them. Now that is fascinating. So I'm wondering if this might be the way. So, flooded level, gleaming back water, still as bone. I will need to find some way to lower the water before I can descend. How much do you want to bet? So if I were to take the... I'm assuming it'll take any old forge. This is kind of interesting. So in this case, it doesn't seem to let me do something until I commit some kind of fuel. Oh, now this will be funny. We power it on flowers. Oh. Oh, hang on. These aren't fuel, though. Trumpeter's Lily is fuel, though. You know? Oh, hang on. It must be liquid fuel. Right. Okay. I was trying to be clever with the... Interesting. So we do have examples of metal. Wow. So, I'm going to make a guess here that... Okay, actually, so this, even though this is fairly deep into the game, this actually tells me some interesting things. So, it does mean that there are going to be some rooms, or some sort of recipes or stations that have expectations of me filling all of the slots. So that means if I want sort of something special to happen up here, it may be that I need to make sure that I'm committing, you know, appropriately a well, these are pluses, so this may be a bad example. But the altar, right? Devotion and remembrance. Yeah, I am a little curious if I've been missing out on a few of the treasures that the crafting stations might offer. So I am going to want to go on a little bit of a search to try and find metal. I'm going to make a guess here that this will generate a circumstance that allows me to address either the flooded level here or the submerged sea cave. Ah, how much you want to bet it won't, because it will give moon and scale, whereas this will give forge or knock. Yeah. So maybe some kind of an offering to lower the sea? Something to think about. I want to see if I can find some less costly metal to commit to this before I do it. The crystallized chamber, so we know we can do 13 winter. I may want to set aside some... I may want to set aside a... Solomon's preparation in preparation. And I think probably the Silent Hall will be solved with Skin Shuck Mead. Skin Shuck Mead gives us 6. I am tired enough that I'm actually gonna need to spend some time thinking this through. So Skin Shuck Mead with 6. Trist would give us 8. The shears would give us 9. I gotta write it down. Formoth, 1 tool, 2 from Trist. Memory. We can get a 3 from a name day riddle. That's the table stakes, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. What? Wait? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we don't even need the memory. We just need the impulse then. Yeah, so if we get like a poet. Poet starts with 4 moth. Give him the shears for 1 tool. Give him the tryst for 2 moth. A memory for 2, and then the Skin Shuck Mead brings him up to 15. So this is a room we can get into. This is a room that we can get into. Actually, also with a poet, no less. This one we're still waiting out for a moon person. This one we know how to, but I want to see if I can find another way. And this one's the big question mark, because I haven't quite figured out what my moon capabilities are. So it sort of feels like this is the time that I should wrap up. I do want to see what the weather brings, though. Okay, sunny day. So here's the overall plan as far as I can tell. I do notice that more and more of the rooms that I'm going into tend not to have books. You can sometimes get a little bit of a hint at what's inside. I seem to remember, I think I've seen photos of this one, and it's a particularly beautiful room, so sometimes that's a reason. Is that the wolf divided? No, it looks like a horse. But yeah, sometimes you'll see the outlines of books in a place like this. I'm kind of hoping that there aren't books in the flooded rooms, but you never know. But yeah, so these don't really seem to be housing any books, and as a result, I'm not going to go out of my way to, to open these up right away. In contrast, these cells, so seems pretty clear to me that there's, maybe a tantra and at least 1, maybe 2 books over here. Again, I don't know how accurate this art is. This room, less... Oh, no. Bookshelf here, too. Now I suppose we didn't really find any books in these rooms, so maybe I should have tested to see if there were books inside here. But still, I had kind of a private goal of checking out Nocturnal. Oh, that looks sinister. Sullen heat still roils below. Its originator must be long gone, but it must be quelled before I can descend safely. Doesn't look like a whole lot of books here. And then this is the one that we don't really know how to work with. Although, given that there's machinery, I almost wonder if this is going to be the way that we open the way below. But the nice thing about this is that I can basically do these whenever I want because of the knock challenges. And I think I'm going to, just because they allow me the possibility of additional books. And then, mostly because I can, I think I'm going to read The Ascendant right away. Although I do believe I have... there's got to be a lantern edge desk somewhere here. Surely Governor Collars was a man of culture. There we go. Can rely on him. So I think Auroral Contemplations is still my best bet. So if we add that, we add the Kukerbit Barrette. Aha. Oh wait, nope. We're good. So if we add the book, then it gives us the requirement for the language. That brings us up to 8. So we do need a memory. We can get that through a contradiction, reading the Westcott histories. We'll actually do that now. My FOSS doesn't get me anything. Sorry, Wainscott, not Westcott. So that's sort of committing me into the path for the day. So the other thing that I can do, given how early I'm going to be reading the book in the day, I think I'm actually going to sit on all of my elements of the soul until I see what the lessons are. I'll try and lock those lessons in. We don't have anything else to do with scale. And it's actually kind of nice because we already know what's in these rooms. So that might be a small argument to maybe explore these at some point earlier, just in case they wind up having a scale requirement. But yeah, I think overall we're in pretty good shape. It also occurred to me that this winter room is probably harder than it seems because we likely need a winter... I think we need a winter, like winter weather, like a storm or something, or a snow event. But again, those are the kinds of determinations that are a lot better to do at the start of a stream rather than the end. I'm almost certainly going to wind up having an off-1 error and wind up cranky. So, yeah, I think that's it. So, when we play this on Friday, our first order of business, 1 minute into the day, is going to be to read The Ascendant. We'll sit on the elements of the soul to see if it gives me something that I can... sort of level up. So, for instance, if it winds up giving lessons for, say, Disciplines of the Scar, that's very easy. If it winds up giving lessons for Auroral Contemplations, that's going to be a bit like trying to move up Tridisma, Hyra, and such. Depending on how those lessons go, I can then do one of two things. I can use my Shapt to create... poisons, or I can use my Shapt to turn poisons into very powerful mixes. And whenever I decide to do one or the other, we will then use that to open up these rooms first and then these rooms below. And again, we technically don't need to make any of the Glassfinger toxin. It's just, as we learned with Solomon's preparation, it's nice to have something set aside. So I will set aside another Solomon's preparation when the time comes. And at that point, I may want to be kind of careful about reading books because we do have the risk of pneuma. Although, how much you want to bet? Okay, sorry, there is one more thing I'm going to do tonight. The 3 and the 3, Vatican Manuscript, Mystery Moon. So we currently have 10 Moon, 11 from Trist, 2 from whatever memories, let's say Confounding Parable. Yeah, 10. Sorry, 10. 10 plus 1, 11. 2 from the memory, 13. 14 from the Lunar Globe. That is definitely something we can read. Medusa's Lament. I think Hill and Hollow brought us closer, but I don't think it's got us there yet. So 6 from Hill and Hollow, 7 with our health, 8 with the... Oh, hang on. Yes, that's one of the ones that's affected by the scales. So let's try that again. Oh yeah, Winter's also affected by that. Jesus, okay. There's a lot more that I can do than I thought. So let's try that again. Hill and Hollow with 6, 7 from health, 8 from the tool. So I guess that's 13 after the memory. Oh, damn it. Okay. So 6, 11 after the memory, 12 after health. Yeah, 13 after the tool. So... yeah, I mean, that one, maybe we just keep a scale in our pocket and hope for the best. But these are definitely books that I can read. And my too difficult list is basically full of rows at this point. So nothing's really changed for Nectar. Maybe this will change with the Book of True Blood, depending on what happens. 14 Grail's got to be different now. And Fusine, I believe, because it's the... no, hang on, it's the Dry Tongue. Okay, so we're 9. I need to come up with 5 more. I don't have Arab, so 1 from a tool, 2 from a memory. For interesting. So it's close, but we don't actually have enough unless I've got a 3 Grail. And I think my Forge is curiously weak. Yeah, I need to find 9 off of that. Nin's Cages... we're close because we can generate a 4 heart. Okay, so between a skill and a memory I can get up to 10, but I need 16. Yeah. So... but 1 is better than... one's better than I thought. So actually we got 3 texts that we can read. You know, there's actually an argument that I stop reading the texts and that I actually focus on opening these rooms. I don't know. I got to think about it, but it's good that I did this review because I probably would have let that stuff sit on my shelf. Overall, I'd say that's a good day, though. We're at the point where effectively we're choosing what rooms we want to open. So relaxing and not reading some books may be the right call. Something for me to settle on another day. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I know a lot of you kind of came along on raids, and I know my stuff isn't for everyone. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm so sorry I can't pronounce your name, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Now, we... it looks like somebody's actually doing a fresh playthrough, and I've had the option to host them a couple of times. Let me just see if they are new. Well, let's try this. Dweeb90 is currently playing Book of Hours. I will confess I've had mixed luck in terms of raids for Book of Hours, but I notice in this case it's a fresh playthrough here. So for those of you that like to see the game in its early stages, that's a good one. The only reason why I talk about it being a the bad luck is I never want to speak poorly of a broadcaster, but I also don't want it to come off as an endorsement in case it doesn't turn out. And I say this just because I don't know. I had a case where somebody actually wound up doing a rather unfortunate rant with very heavily racial overtones, and I've learned to become very gun shy at this point. But in any case, I hope Dweeb is to your liking. And as for me, I need to get some sleep, clearly. So, actually, there is one other streamer I will shout out here. Anexes is currently playing Cultist Simulator, and they're somebody who started playing Cultist Simulator as a result of Book of Hours. So, again, I'm going to raid Dweeb because I think it's nice to try and stay with the existing game. But Anexes was playing Book of Hours and was actually quite a very nice streamer that we ran into as a result of that. So that will give you a couple of options in terms of people you may want to watch. Anyways, I'm going to collapse into a heap. Thank you everybody for watching. I will see at least some of you on Friday. And for the rest of you, I hope you find what you're looking for online tonight. Take care.